Listen carefully, because this is not what you expected. In the blink of an eye, faster than your conscious mind can grasp, you made a move so deadly, so devastating. It crushed spiritual chains that have held generations captive. The enemy, completely blindsided. They didn't hear a single warning. They just watched their entire fortress crumble silently, piece by piece. And you were already miles away, victorious and unseen, chosen one. This was no mistake. This was a divine strike, a spiritual earthquake that has rewritten every rule they thought unbreakable. Today, we expose the terrifying truth behind how you, without even realizing it, became the breaker of ancient curses and dark legacies. If your spirit is stirred by this revelation, type 777 below to declare your place among the unstoppable. And from the depths of my heart, thank you to everyone who supports this mission through super thanks. Your faith ignites this unstoppable movement. Hold tight. What I'm about to share next will shake your entire reality. God's chosen ones. You unintentionally broken every spiritual pattern, the horrifying truth. You didn't merely interrupt a repetitive cycle, you dismantled the very architectural framework that held it together. Imagine the cycle of spiritual patterns as an intricate blueprint etched deep within the unseen realms, a divine design that, once intact, allowed old wounds, toxic relationships, and generational strongholds to rebuild endlessly. Most people try to resist these patterns only when they manifest, like attempting to demolish a crumbling house while ignoring the architectural plans hidden in the attic. But as long as those plans exist, the structure can be rebuilt, sometimes even stronger than before. In Proverbs 3:5-6, we are reminded, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways, submit to him, and he will make your path straight. This submission, this surrender, is what enabled you to access a deeper level, not just fighting symptoms, but erasing the source. You ventured into the invisible blueprints, the spiritual DNA that scripted these patterns, and dismantled them at their origin, leaving no scaffold for reconstruction. Why then do certain people from your past continue to attempt their old manipulations? They cling to the same emotional hooks, deploy identical tactics of confusion and control, and replay the same dramas that once ensnared you. But now, their efforts are futile. It's like a musician trying to play a piano unplugged from electricity. The keys respond to touch, but no melody emerges. Their frustration grows, compounded by their ignorance of why their influence no longer binds you. This shift is deeper than surface transformation. Jeremiah 8:3 promises, I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts. I will be their God, and they will be my people. You have effectively nullified the energetic covenant that once allowed these patterns to thrive within your spirit. The invisible handshake, that subconscious resonance, has been rescinded. The doorways that once welcomed old temptations have been sealed with bricks of divine authority. Have you noticed how temptations that once overwhelmed you now scarcely register? This isn't a matter of sheer willpower. It is akin to severing the oxygen line feeding a fire. Without its breath, the blaze cannot ignite. Spiritual physics tells us this is an act of severing energetic frequencies, disrupting the resonance between you and the former sources of bondage. The frequency shift is profound, much like a tuning fork that no longer vibrates in harmony with a broken note. Few speak about the exhaustion that accompanies this work of deep spiritual renovation. It is far from glamorous to descend into the shadowed chambers where generational curses and ancient spiritual contracts dwell. It requires a rare blend of psychological insight. Akin to an architect conducting a meticulous forensic analysis of a crumbling cathedral, identifying every crack and fault line invisible to the casual eye, it demands surrender to the death of familiar identities that once found comfort in dysfunction. In the words of renowned speaker and author Brené Brown, who explores the courage it takes to embrace vulnerability and transformation, owning our story can be hard, but not nearly as difficult as spending our lives running from it. This is the paradox you face to dismantle old blueprints. You must be willing to let parts of yourself die. That is the true cost of spiritual freedom. You didn't just challenge a pattern, you became a new creation. A vessel incapable of housing old strongholds. The spiritual terrain surrounding you has shifted irrevocably. As Isaiah 43, 18-19 proclaims, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing." Indeed, the old blueprint has been obliterated, replaced by a divine design of restoration and victory. Because of this, the chains that held others captive for decades, chains forged in pain, deception, and broken covenants can no longer claim dominion over you. You stand beyond their reach, anointed and sealed by a power that transcends understanding. Have you ever pondered what it truly means to break free, not just on the surface, but at the foundational level? What happens when the very frequencies of bondage are tuned out of your life's spiritual architecture? This is your reality now, and as the Apostle Paul declared in Romans 8:37, "No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." This conquering isn't passive, it is an active architectural renovation of the soul. You are rebuilding your life on a foundation of rock, not sand, a sacred structure designed to withstand every storm. Stand now, God's chosen, and rise with the strength of one who has not only broken chains, but also restructured the very heavens of their spiritual existence. The blueprints of bondage are erased. The future is yours to build, unshakable, eternal, victorious. You have moved the entire arena of spiritual warfare beyond the enemy's reach, elevating the battleground to a dimension they cannot even access. This single, decisive shift transformed the conflict altogether. Repeated struggles persist not because the enemy gains strength, but because the battles are fought on the same terrain, the same emotional fields, the same mental trigger points. The very ground the enemy knows well and expertly manipulates. This is their comfort zone, like a predator stalking familiar hunting grounds. Salm 18:39 declares, "For you equipped me with strength for the battle. You made those who rise against me sink under me." This strength came not by brute force, but through a radical repositioning, a shift of the spiritual battlefield to new territory. Imagine a wild river winding through a dense forest. The predator knows every bend and shadow along the banks, waiting patiently to strike. But if the river suddenly changes course, carving a new path through untouched earth, the predator's knowledge becomes obsolete. It can no longer lie in wait where the prey once was. This natural transformation is akin to the spiritual repositioning you enacted, moving the stream of conflict into a new channel where old traps no longer function. So, what if your unseen move has already shifted the entire battlefield? Are you ready to walk confidently in this new territory where the enemy can no longer trap you? Most conflicts repeat because the fight happens on familiar grounds. The emotional frequency where the enemy can transmit their attacks with perfect resonance. You find peace not by rearranging the circumstances of your life, but by realizing who you are at the deepest level. Eckhart Tolle. These frequencies act like radio waves, as long as you remain tuned to the same channel. The enemy's signals pierce through your defenses. However, by elevating yourself to a different frequency, a higher spiritual, mental, and emotional vibration, you render their transmissions silent. The German composer Johann Sebastian Bach, whose music often reflected divine order and harmony, once said, "The aim and final end of all music should be none other than the glory of God and the refreshment of the soul." This is the essence of your shift. You tuned your soul to a higher, harmonious frequency that refreshes rather than depletes, leaving the discord of old battles unheard, the enemy's insults, their cunning games, and manipulations are still dispatched. But they fall like letters sent to an abandoned address. They wait for a reaction, a crack in your armor, a defensive response. But all they receive is silence, because you are no longer present on that battlefield. The spiritual laws of energy and attraction affirm this. Energy resonates with its own kind. Remaining in old emotional states allowed the enemy's frequency to find you easily. Now, you've changed your resonance. The higher you ascend, the more elusive you become to their familiar tactics. Set your minds on things above, not on earthly things. Colossians 3:2. This isn't mere optimism or forced positivity, it's intentional. A deliberate choice of where your mind and spirit reside. You refuse to engage on their terms. You reject the distractions they offer. This is the refined architecture of the soul. An advanced sanctuary crafted with precision, where only sacred energies are allowed to dwell. In the natural world, this is reminiscent of a lone eagle soaring far above the plains, unseen by the foxes and wolves below. The eagle's vantage point grants it clarity and control. The predators, accustomed to stalking prey on the ground, cannot reach it in the skies. The same applies to your spiritual elevation. The enemy's ground-level weapons of chaos and confusion lose their potency because you now fight from clarity, peace, and strategic calm. If you've already risen above the chaos, like the eagle in the sky, why are you still letting ground-level battles steal your peace? Chaos was their fortress and shield. Your refusal to engage in that chaotic ground strips them of their defenses. The battlefield is now in your territory, governed by your terms and divine order. Herein lies the true power of this repositioning. When the enemy can no longer reach you, they are forced to retreat or turn their aggression inward, battling among themselves. Their source of strength, derived from your prior accessibility, becomes a dead end. Romans 20:26. The God of peace will soon crush Satan under your feet. This crushing is not always loud or visible, but often occurs in the silence of the higher realm, the new battleground you now occupy. Have you felt how peace replaces the turmoil? How does clarity dispel confusion? This is the divine architecture of your soul's new fortress. Where the enemy's former weapons lose resonance, you have become a sanctuary tuned to the frequency of heaven, inaccessible to the old patterns of attack. Stand firm, God's chosen, and claim this victory fully. The battlefield has shifted. The enemy's game is broken. It is time to rise with the authority given and fight from your high ground, unshakable, victorious, and free. Throughout the ages, spiritual and generational patterns have persisted like unseen codes embedded deep within the fabric of human experience. These cycles survive by relying on one fundamental principle: predictability. They anticipate that when certain pressures arise, familiar reactions will inevitably follow. Fear manifests with its familiar weight. Pride storms with its usual force. And pain funnels souls into the same destructive decisions over and over again. But what if these patterns are not as unyielding as they appear? What if the relentless loop assumes the next generation will unwittingly follow the exact same script, marching blindly into the same traps? Psalm 147, 3 declares, He heals the broken-hearted and binds up their wounds. Yet, these spiritual loops assume brokenness is permanent, a never-ending cycle that traps the unaware in repetition. You, however, broke this cycle, where the pattern expected anger. You offered calm composure. When it anticipated surrender, you persisted with steadfast resolve. And where it expected you to seek approval, you walked away, refusing to play the game. You became the unpredictable variable, the element the ancient pattern never planned for. This transformation is not accidental nor superficial. It is a profound shift in awareness that reshapes the entire equation. This change did not occur because life suddenly became easier. Quite the opposite. It was forged in the crucible of your toughest trials. What altered was your perception, your consciousness. Have you noticed how often life scenarios seem pre-scripted, like an intricate play where every act and scene pushes you toward a foregone conclusion? You began to perceive the setup before the climax unfolded, discerning the invisible hand guiding events. Instead of becoming a passive actor, you began dismantling the chain link by link, thought by thought. Psychology explains this phenomenon through metacognition, the ability to think about one's own thinking. Patterns thrive on unconscious reactions, feeding off automatic responses in the human mind. But metacognition breaks the loop. Once you observe the moves made against you, you no longer fall prey to them. Isaiah 43:19 reminds us, See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? This new thing is your awakening. Your rebellion against spiritual determinism. You refused to be another piece in the game. Instead, you became the player who surveys the entire board. Your role as the variable is immensely powerful because it causes the entire pattern to collapse, not just in your own life, but reverberating through the lives of those connected to you. The moment the script is shown to be rewritable, the curse loses its inevitability. Others may remain bound by old cycles, but they can no longer claim the pattern is unbreakable. Romans 12 exhort. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. This renewal you embraced caused the pattern's death. Once a person chooses differently, the entire equation fails. The moment the pattern loses control is the moment it dies. The spiritual architecture of your life has been reconstructed with precision, every act of awareness acting like a keystone in a vaulted ceiling. Every choice, a buttress supporting your freedom. Your journey resembles the process of a master architect restoring a crumbling cathedral, reinforcing every weakened beam and shoring up hidden cracks until the structure stands firm against every storm. One inspiring example is Cardinal Robert Sarah, a prominent Catholic leader known for his unwavering faith amid global challenges. His call for spiritual renewal emphasizes how courageously confronting old patterns can ignite a revival of divine life within. He once said, "The world tells you to give up. The Spirit tells you to rise." Have you recognized how your conscious rebellion not only frees you, but shakes the foundations beneath others who share your lineage? This ripple effect challenges inherited destinies and invites a new blueprint, one authored by divine intention and personal resolve. Hebrews 12:1 encourages us to throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles. Your shedding of the old self has dismantled the spiritual strongholds formerly unassailable. Now, stand tall. God's chosen one, your victory is not passive. It is a triumphant act of will and faith. You have become the unpredictable variable that ancient patterns never accounted for. This is your moment to rise. Rewrite the story and claim your unshakable freedom. Within many families, there exist spiritual tripwires, deeply embedded patterns so intricately woven into the fabric of generational memory that a single word, a particular accusation, or a recurring situation can unleash a flood of stored anger, shame, and division spanning decades. These invisible buttons, programmed across generations, act like automatic detonators, triggering predictable reactions, no matter how subtle the spark. They might be certain taboo topics that unfailingly ignite conflict, specific phrases that cut like knives, or even particular times of the year known to provoke tension without fail. For years, these triggers operated flawlessly, sustained by the unconscious acceptance of the cycle. No one paused to question or dismantle them. Instead, everyone walked blindly into the trap repeatedly, mistaking the resultant chaos for a normal part of family dynamics. Isaiah 54:17 reminds us, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Yet these tripwires functioned as spiritual weapons, cleverly disguised as everyday triggers. You, however, stood apart and deactivated them, not with grand declarations, but through quiet resolve and acute awareness. You noticed the recurring patterns, discerned the emotional setups carefully laid out, and chose not to take the bait any longer. Have you ever wondered what it feels like when the storm inside you finally ceases, when the familiar triggers no longer set off the old battles? The process was far from simple. These triggers were designed to feel intensely personal, engineered to elicit defensiveness, lashings out, or spirals into guilt and shame. Yet instead of reacting, you held stillness. Instead of matching the energy hurled at you, you allowed it to pass without fueling the fire. In the beginning, this shift unsettled those around you. When they pulled the lever, expecting the usual explosive response and found only calm, their balance faltered. The silence, the absence of chaos, was alien to them. But this was the very point. A trigger derives its power solely from the reaction it evokes. By refusing engagement, you cut the wire. This transformation transcends merely not getting bothered. It is a complete rewiring of your inner responses, a recalibration so profound that words and situations which once pulled you into emotional storms no longer hold dominion. It is akin to healing the structural fractures that once made the building vulnerable to collapse. Neuroscience calls this neuroplasticity, the brain's remarkable ability to rewire itself in response to new experiences and learning. Through deliberate choice and repeated practice, neural pathways that once triggered automatic emotional reactions are replaced with circuits of peace and resilience. You rewired the circuitry that allowed old triggers to dominate your spirit. Jeremiah ehon telti pense tretas promises. I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts. This divine rewiring manifests as a spiritual law embedded within your very being, guiding your responses with divine grace and strength. Have you sensed the profound difference when old wounds no longer echo in your mind, when words lose their sting, and moments that once provoked you now pass like gentle breezes. Now, those once potent tripwires are reduced to hollow gestures. They have lost power not only over you, but over the future generations connected to your bloodline. Because when one person in a lineage learns to remain steady and unshaken when the trigger is pulled, that emotional weapon becomes defunct forever. The pattern's blueprint for chaos has been rewritten. Proverbs 3:5-6 instructs, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." This trust is the foundation for disarming the traps of the past. Imagine a forest where a species of tree had long been vulnerable to a specific parasite, each outbreak devastating entire groves. Then, one tree develops a natural resistance, halting the parasite's spread. Over time, the entire forest adapts, and the parasite's threat becomes a relic of the past. So too, your steady resistance acts like that resilient tree, halting the spread of emotional toxins through your lineage. Romans 8:37 declares, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." Your victory in deactivating these triggers is a conquering of invisible spiritual warfare, a triumph that breaks the cycle and seals the gates of future pain. Have you reflected on how such calm defiance alters the dynamics around you? How does the absence of reaction destabilize what once seemed unstoppable? How profound the silence can be when the storm no longer finds wind. You have ended the game before anyone even realized it had started. And that is the power of a soul aligned with divine truth. In the realm of spiritual transformation, few understand the subtle power of rewiring the soul's frequency, the deep inner shift that renders old summons powerless. The story of Viktor Frankl, the renowned Austrian neurologist and Holocaust survivor, whose remarkable psychological insight gave birth to logotherapy, a method that emphasizes finding meaning amidst suffering. Frankl's ability to consciously choose his response, "Despite unimaginable external horrors," echoes the very essence of spiritual rewiring, transcending automatic reactions to embrace freedom in the spirit. There is a profound reason why certain struggles in life do not present themselves as random mistakes or harmless habits, but rather as persistent summons, spiritual calls designed to pull you back into cycles you fought relentlessly to break. As a dog returns to its vomit, fools repeat their folly. Proverbs 26:11. These summons often appear as sudden, unshakable urges, familiar temptations revisiting your doorstep, or uncanny coincidences so precise they feel orchestrated, all with the intent of leading you right back to where you once escaped. Have you ever paused to ask why certain moments feel like invisible magnets pulling you toward old pain? Most remain unaware of the invisible frequencies they respond to, unknowingly tuning into these spiritual channels that beckon with magnetic force. Yet you did not simply resist with sheer willpower, a fragile shield that still listens to the call and struggles to say no. Instead, you rewired your very spiritual frequency, shifting the channel on which your soul operates. This transformation is like a sophisticated architectural upgrade to your spiritual operating system, a recalibration of your inner resonance. Imagine a radio receiver that once caught static-filled signals on a certain frequency, now retuned to an entirely new bandwidth where those old summons are silent, unheard. The calls are still broadcast, echoing through the ether, but you are no longer within their range. Isaiah 40:31 reassures us, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. they will walk and not faint. Your renewal is this, soaring, arising above the spiritual noise to a higher realm of clarity and peace. The depth of this work goes beyond mere willpower. It is a profound rewiring of the soul's response system, akin to the neuroscientific concept of synaptic plasticity, where repeated, intentional effort reshapes the neural connections to form new patterns of thought and behavior. You healed the hidden wounds and severed unresolved spiritual agreements that once granted these summons access. Jeremiah 32:27 proclaims, I am the Lord, the God of all mankind. Is anything too hard for me? Your willingness to confront these invisible chains and dissolve the contracts behind them echoes this divine power. Have you noticed how the things that once triggered you now fail to stir even a flicker of emotion? Once the hooks of those old cycles lose their emotional resonance, no reaction, no curiosity, no spark ignited. The chains break, the doorways close, and the traps become invisible shadows. The summons lose their ability to lure because there is nothing in you that desires what they offer anymore. Proverbs 3:5-6 instructs, trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. This trust is the foundation for disarming the traps of the past. Imagine a forest where a species of tree had long been vulnerable to a specific parasite, each outbreak devastating entire groves. Then, one tree develops a natural resistance, halting the parasite's spread. Over time, the entire forest adapts, and the parasite's threat becomes a relic of the past. So too, your steady resistance acts like that resilient tree, halting the spread of emotional toxins through your lineage. Romans 8:37 declares, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. Your victory in deactivating these triggers is a conquering of invisible spiritual warfare, a triumph that breaks the cycle and seals the gates of future pain. Have you considered how your calm defiance confounds those who once pulled your strings? How does the silence in place of your usual reaction disrupt their expectations? How often does true peace reveal itself in the absence of chaos? What new power emerges when the summons you once heard becomes nothing but silence? You have ended the game before anyone even realized it had started. And that is the power of a soul aligned with divine truth. Some spiritual patterns, while powerful, are not infinite by design. Every curse or generational stronghold carries a built-in expiration date, a threshold after which it can no longer sustain itself unless renewed by the next person in the chain. This is why certain struggles seem to repeat within families. The curse doesn't live forever on its own. It survives because someone, knowingly or unknowingly, continues to carry it forward. The son will not share the guilt of the father, nor will the father share the guilt of the son. Ezekiel 18:20. Through repeated choices, unconscious agreements, or wounds left unhealed, the curse feeds on this ongoing legacy. It expects each generation to falter at the same point, allowing the cycle to reset and continue endlessly. This persistent expectation forms a spiritual architecture of bondage, designed carefully to maintain control across time and bloodlines. Like a blueprint for defeat etched into the fabric of family history, have you ever sensed the heavy weight of inherited struggles and wondered if they are truly unbreakable? What if the power of these cycles depends entirely on being passed along, like a relay race where the baton is willingly handed over? How many times have you found yourself walking the same paths of pain, seemingly caught in a loop with no exit? What would it mean to step outside this cycle and claim a new destiny, free from the patterns of the past? The enemy expects collapse at these critical moments, certain ages or seasons when life's hardships peak, yet you reached beyond that point, while others before you gave in, surrendered to despair, or repeated destructive behaviors. You stood strong. Your endurance became a fortress against the curse's refreshment. The moment you refused to surrender, you dismantled the enemy's timetable, breaking the cycle's rhythm like a steadfast mountain standing firm against raging storms. Your resilience became a testament to divine empowerment beyond human expectation. Psalm 27:1 proclaims, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life, of whom shall I be afraid?" This verse embodies your spiritual stance, anchored and unshaken in divine strength. It is this strength that shielded you from the inherited darkness, empowering you to walk boldly where many faltered. How often do you remind yourself of this divine protection in moments of trial? In what ways has this unshakable faith transformed your journey? Your survival surpasses the physical realm. It is an emotional and spiritual triumph. You refuse to harbor bitterness, addiction, or anger roots that would have allowed the curse to take deeper hold. By rejecting these, you closed the door the curse sought to enter. This is the victory of sanctified self-control and spiritual maturity, a deliberate choice to nurture healing rather than harbor pain. The subtle but decisive act of denying the curse's access ripples through your soul, rewriting the legacy for those who come after you. A curse requires consent, often unconsciously granted by agreeing to react repeatedly in familiar, damaging ways. You broke this cycle and withdrew your consent. Have you noticed how the invisible chains that once constrained your family line are loosening in your hands? What does freedom feel like when the burden of inherited pain is lifted? How does your newfound peace affect your relationships and future generations? How much of this victory rests in the quiet choices made day by day? Refusing to play the old game. Consider the story of Nick Vujicic, a renowned motivational speaker born without arms and legs, despite overwhelming challenges that could have chained him to despair. Nick chose to break generational cycles of hopelessness and limitation. His life exemplifies breaking the curse of perceived inability through faith and perseverance. He famously says, "If I fail, I try again, and again, and again." Nick's story teaches us that breaking a cycle requires relentless determination and a spirit anchored in hope, even when circumstances appear insurmountable. Jeremiah 29:11 reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future." This divine plan unfolds when the chains of the past are broken. It is an invitation to step boldly into a life shaped not by ancestral defeat, but by heavenly purpose. What visions of hope are stirring within your heart as you embrace this promise? How will your life serve as a beacon for others still caught in the shadows? Romans 12:2. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Your renewal fractured the curse's foundation, making it powerless against your faith. This renewing is not a momentary change, but a continuous architectural remodeling of your inner being, a spiritual rebuilding that strengthens every foundation stone. How do you cultivate this renewal daily? Ensuring that no cracks form for old patterns to creep back in. The curse tried to outlast you, betting on history's repetition, but you outlived its reach. You refused to pass it on to your children, your relationships, or your community. You starved it of its only lifeline, a willing host. This is the ultimate act of spiritual warfare, not through confrontation, but through perseverance and refusal. The curse has no power where no consent is given. How profound is this power residing quietly in your steadfast refusal? Psalm 103 to 2:3 commands. Praise the Lord, my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who forgives all your sins and heals all your diseases. Your healing marks the end of the curse's dominion. It is a holistic restoration, touching mind, body, and spirit, forging you into a new creation. What new freedoms await when the invisible pressure lifts? How does it feel to live lighter, knowing the chain is broken and will never bind your future? What doors open when you walk unburdened by the weight of ancestral pain? How will your life testify to the power of God's deliverance? You are now a living testimony to the power of perseverance and divine grace. The curse's expiration date has passed, and with your victory, it can never again claim your life or lineage. Stand tall, God's chosen. The reign of the curse is over, and your life shines as a beacon of hope for generations to come. Some cycles continue to survive because someone keeps accepting the role they have been assigned, like actors trapped in a script they never chose. Within toxic family systems, broken relationships, and spiritual warfare, an unspoken narrative circulates, well rehearsed and memorized by all involved. You were expected to be the villain, the one who loses control, makes mistakes, or utters words that give others ammunition to label you the problem. Yet, you shattered their expectations by refusing to play the role they wrote for you. How many times did they bait you with the same insults, the same emotional traps, the same old scenes designed to provoke? Each time they waited for your reaction to fuel their story, but this time you stayed silent, not out of weakness or passivity, but because the old you no longer existed. Isaiah 41, 10 Asures as. Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. It is this divine strength that enabled you to step off their stage. When their rehearsed arguments found no opponent, the scenes lost energy and purpose. Like a fire deprived of oxygen, their drama dwindled. Have you noticed how the absence of your expected reaction leaves others confused, scrambling for new narratives? What happens when the one who always fueled the conflict simply refuses to engage? You destroyed the script they relied upon. Some spiritual patterns and toxic people exist only because you agree to play a certain part. When you stop performing, you strip away their main plotline. You don't just disrupt a scene, you end the entire story they hope to tell. Jeremiah 17, 7 declares, Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. Your confidence shattered their control and broke their cycle. As the narrative collapsed, those invested in dysfunction face a choice: confront their own role or find someone else to fill the void. You chose to rewrite your role entirely, not merely refusing the part, but burning the costume, erasing the lines, and walking off the stage forever. Without your cooperation, the drama not only slowed, it ended. Psalm 34 advises, turn from evil and do good, seek peace and pursue it. This peace is the new script you live by, one that refuses the villain's role. Your transformation resembles the final crescendo of a great European opera, where the hero's defiance changes the course of the story, silencing the antagonists forever. The great composer Giuseppe Verdi once wrote, "Without ambition, one starts nothing." Your ambition for peace dismantled their plans. How does it feel to be free from the chains of expectation? What new roles do you now embrace? How will your silence speak louder than any conflict? What legacy will you leave by choosing peace over performance? Romans 8:37 reminds us, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." Your victory in refusing the villain's part is a triumph beyond words. Stand now, God's chosen. Your refusal to play their script has ended the drama. You are free, victorious, and walking a new path, one authored by the divine and lived in truth. Patterns do not arise from randomness. They communicate in a distinct spiritual language composed of cues, dones, attitudes, and calculated moves designed to provoke specific reactions. Like a sophisticated code, certain words and behaviors act as keys that unlock deep reservoirs of anger, fear, guilt, or compliance within you. We are not ignorant of his schemes. 2 Corinthians 2:11. Understanding this language reveals that every conflict, every manipulation, and every repetitive history is scripted, a carefully architected play orchestrated beyond surface appearances. Have you ever sensed the subtle pull of familiar emotional traps and wondered why they repeat despite changes in faces or settings? How often do these unspoken scripts dictate your responses before your conscious mind even registers? For much of your life, you responded instinctively, unknowingly participating in this silent conversation. But at a pivotal moment, you gained insight into the pattern's mechanics. You began to notice how the same emotional hooks surfaced repeatedly, the familiar tone that wasn't mere speech but bait, the hollow apology that disguised an invitation back into the same destructive loop. This realization was like discovering the blueprint behind a complex machine, enabling you to choose whether to keep running on its track or step off entirely. Psalm 46:10 commands, "Be still and know that I am God." This stillness was not avoidance or fear, but a deliberate, powerful silence, an intentional refusal to engage in the expected dialogue. Every time you withheld your reaction, you communicated, "This code no longer controls me." That silence was no emptiness. It was the dismantling of the pattern's communication network. In the realm of psychology, this reflects the concept of emotional regulation and response inhibition, where one consciously suppresses automatic reactive patterns, rewiring neural pathways to break free from conditioned behavior. Your soul became a fortress of calm, your mind a sanctuary where reactive impulses lost their grip. Jeremiah 9:11 invites. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is, and walk in it, and you will find rest for your souls. Your silence was walking the good way, refusing to be baited into chaos. The part of you once compelled to defend, justify, or retaliate became dormant, no longer available to power the old patterns. When a system loses its language, the ability to engage and provoke it loses authority, without your voice reinforcing it. The pattern's grip evaporated. This silence disrupted their control, not by weakness, but by mastery and fluency. Imagine a master architect who understands every beam and joint of a crumbling structure, instead of futilely patching visible cracks. The architect carefully deconstructs the faulty framework, ensuring the entire edifice no longer threatens collapse. You became that architect of your spirit, dismantling the invisible structure sustaining toxic cycles. One compelling example comes from Maya Angelou, a celebrated poet and civil rights activist whose quiet strength transformed oppression into resilience. She once said, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." By choosing silence strategically, she reclaimed her narrative, refusing to be defined by others' scripts. Her life reminds us that true power often speaks loudest in stillness. Have you felt the liberation when silence replaces conflict? How does refusing to speak their language change the battlefield? What happens when you rewrite the rules by simply not playing? How many chains can be broken by one quiet refusal? Romans 8:37 declares, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." Your victory lies in this silent conquest, a peace that shatters old dialogues and sets your spirit free. Stand firm. God's chosen. Your silence is a thunderous roar in the spiritual realm. You have become fluent in the language of freedom, and your quietness ends, not just conversations, but the power those conversations once held over you. Some spiritual patterns are not self-sustaining forces, but parasites that thrive only on a steady supply of emotional energy. They feed on your fear, outrage, guilt, or desperate need to be understood. As long as you reacted, whether consciously or not, you fed them life. The moment you stopped giving your energy, they began to wither. Yet, these parasitic patterns are cunning. They deceive you into believing your reaction is necessary. Have you ever felt trapped in a cycle where defending yourself seems mandatory? How often did you find yourself explaining, justifying, or engaging simply because you believed silence would mean surrender? Every reaction, even standing your ground, became fuel for the pattern's survival. This explains why these toxic cycles often return stronger, fueled by the very attention meant to silence them. You broke this cycle by severing its energy supply entirely. You stopped explaining yourself to those unwilling to understand. You refused to allow fear to dictate your actions. You stopped giving outrage freely when peace was challenged, because you no longer provided the emotional fuel it craved. The pattern began to fade, not with noise or fanfare, but quietly, day by day. Psalm 34:18 reminds us, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." In your silence and detachment, divine healing took root, cutting the parasite's lifeline. The people or forces behind the pattern might continue their tactics, but without your participation, their efforts are hollow. They cannot elicit the same reaction, and without it, their power diminishes. This victory required no battle. It was won through strategic detachment. By consciously choosing where to place your energy, you became the master of your spiritual environment. A striking example is found in the story of Nelson Mandela, the great South African leader who endured decades of imprisonment yet refused to be consumed by bitterness or hatred. Mandela famously said, "Resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies." His choice to withhold his energy from anger and revenge starved the systems of oppression, dismantling them from within. Such spiritual detachment fueled the liberation of a nation and changed history. Have you considered how refusing to react disarms your adversaries? What new freedoms emerge when emotional battles no longer consume you? How does the silence you maintain speak louder than any argument? What peace fills the space left behind by broken cycles? Romans 12:21 comment. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Your refusal to feed the parasitic pattern with negative energy is a profound act of overcoming rooted in wisdom and spiritual maturity. In contrast, think of Judas Iscariot, the disciple who betrayed Jesus. His failure was rooted in greed, fear, and betrayal, reactive and self-serving choices that led to ruin and heartbreak. Judas's life exemplifies how surrendering to toxic patterns and negative emotions without resistance leads to destruction, not freedom. When the parasite lost its host, your willing energy, it began to die, unable to regenerate or rebuild. By the time those who sought to trap you realized the change, it was too late. The parasite was dead, and you had moved on, free and victorious. They searched for a fight, but you had reclaimed your power and refused to engage. Salm 18, 35 declares, "You provide a broad path for my feet, so that my ankles do not give way." This broad path is the freedom you now walk strong, steady, and unshakable. Stand firm. God's chosen, you have reclaimed your energy and dismantled the enemy's control. This is your moment of victory. Walk boldly in the freedom earned through silence and strength. Some spiritual patterns operate much like a black market economy, hidden yet bustling, not trading in currency, but in emotions, power, and influence. Pain becomes the currency exchanged for control, shame the price paid for silence, and fear the commodity harvested to purchase compliance. This underground system thrives on a steady flow of emotional transactions, keeping toxic cycles alive and well, as Proverbs 4:23 instructs. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Guarding your emotional energy is the first act of shutting down this illicit trade. Have you ever sensed the invisible transactions taking place in your relationships? The silent deals of anger, traded for peace or fear, exchanged for safety. How often do you find yourself caught in a web where emotions become the toll you must pay to move forward? Every time you gave in, every time you reacted with pain or accepted shame, you injected life into this spiritual economy. But then came your decision to stop trading altogether. You refused to hand over pain in response to manipulation. You rejected shame as the cost of peace. You denied fear the power to dictate your choices. This refusal was more than avoidance. It was a complete shutdown of the market, making their currency worthless in your life. Like a sudden economic collapse, where the value of money plummets to nothing, the power dynamics shifted instantly. The system, which thrived on your predictable reactions, found its main supply cut off. Psalm 37:8 urges, "Refrain from anger and turn from wrath. Do not fret, it leads only to evil." Your withdrawal from their economy was an act of divine wisdom, choosing peace over chaos and control. The manipulators know exactly how to spark a reaction. They stir conflict to harvest your anger, press wounds to force surrender. Yet you refused every bait. The invoice was sent. You simply would not pay. The spiritual economy began collapsing the moment you ceased being a willing participant. When one key supplier withdraws, the entire market destabilizes. You weren't just any supplier, you were a principal source of their power. Without your energy fueling their trade, desperation took root. What happens when those who once united in manipulation begin turning on each other? Scarcity breeds competition, and the system cannibalizes itself. In nature, this resembles the intricate balance of a coral reef ecosystem, where the removal of a single species, like the parrotfish that controls algae growth, causes cascading effects that threaten the entire environment. When the parrotfish disappears, algae overgrows, suffocating the reef's vitality. Have you noticed how your withdrawal similarly suffocated toxic cycles, causing them to unravel from within? A fitting modern example comes from Malala Yousafzai, the Pakistani education activist who survived violent opposition and refused to be silenced. She declared, "When the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful." By refusing to engage in the oppressive economy of fear and intimidation, Malala disrupted the system's control and inspired a global movement for change. What new peace fills the space when old conflicts collapse? How does freedom taste when the emotional toll is lifted? What power do you gain when you close the trade routes on manipulation? How does this shift redefine your path forward? Romans 6:20 promise. The God of peace will soon crush Satan under your feet. Your refusal to engage in the spiritual economy of pain hastened its downfall. Paving a path of peace and victory. Stand tall. God's chosen, you have closed the market on their schemes and reclaimed sovereignty over your spirit. The trade routes lie empty, the currency worthless, and their power forever diminished. Walk boldly in the freedom you forged by refusing to pay the price. Some people continue to fight you based on a map that no longer exists. They hold the coordinates to where you once lived emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, relentlessly aiming their arrows there, expecting to hit familiar vulnerabilities. But what they fail to realize is a crucial truth. The version of you they target no longer exists. That old self has been dismantled, rebuilt, and relocated to a new spiritual address, a place so transformed that their old strategies and attacks cannot reach you anymore. This shift is not simply personal growth. It is a profound architectural remodeling of your spiritual fortress, a complete redesign of your internal landscape that protects you from past assaults. It's a deliberate act of divine intervention, like the renovation of a sacred temple, where old foundations are replaced with stronger, purer stones, making the structure resilient to any assault. You didn't just change your behavior, you changed your atmosphere, your frequency, and your alignment with truth. This means the attacks designed for your old self can't find their mark because they are coded for a past version of your energy signature. Imagine trying to send mail to a house that has been demolished. No matter how confidently the envelope is addressed, it will always be returned to the sender. That is why many old triggers no longer have power over you. The wiring beneath your emotional responses has been rewired, and the pathways the enemy once exploited are now closed. This rewiring is like the brain's neuroplasticity in action. Your spirit has reprogrammed itself to refuse the old signals and embrace a new frequency of peace and strength. Psalm 91, uno declares, "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty." Your new dwelling place is this sacred shelter, a refuge where arrows cannot reach. You have cloaked yourself in a spiritual resonance that masks your location from those who seek to harm you. Your mindset, habits, and faith have created a frequency shield that deflects attacks and confounds the enemy's predictable patterns. This shield is not just a passive barrier, but an active force field, born from daily discipline, prayer, and unwavering trust in divine protection. Have you noticed how words that once cut deeply now bounce off like harmless echoes? How does it feel when the very fabric of your being changes, making old wounds impossible to reopen? What new strength arises when your spiritual frequency elevates beyond the reach of old enemies? How will your new location shape the future you walk into? Each of these questions calls you to reflect on your spiritual metamorphosis and the power you now wield over forces that once held dominion. In psychological terms, this resembles a shift in neural pathways and resonance frequency, where the brain rewires itself to reject toxic stimuli and embrace healing. Your spiritual elevation is akin to an urban planner redesigning a city's blueprint, relocating its inhabitants from danger zones to safe havens. You now live somewhere between Peace Boulevard and Purpose Drive, far from Fear Street and Doubt Avenue, a place where the enemy's GPS can no longer chart a course. This urban metaphor illustrates how intentional spiritual growth creates a landscape where old adversities find no fertile ground to take root. Isaiah 54:17 proclaims, "No weapon forged against you will prevail." Your elevated spiritual position is this unbreachable fortress. Even if the enemy could see you, they could not reach you without ascending themselves, and they refuse to climb. This refusal keeps them trapped in the past, firing futile arrows into empty space while you walk freely on elevated ground. Your spiritual coordinates have changed, and with that change, the battlefield you once occupied has been abandoned. The enemy fires arrows at ghosts. Unaware their ammunition strikes empty air. You have left the war zone and established your kingdom elsewhere, where peace reigns and victory is certain. This relocation signifies more than escape. It marks the beginning of a new reign where you no longer play by the old rules, but by divine authority. Hebrews 12:1 exhorts, "Let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us." You are running a new race, on a new course marked by spiritual elevation and divine favor. Your footsteps leave an indelible path for others to follow. Perseverance here is not mere endurance, but a dynamic pushing forward, breaking limits and expanding your spiritual territory. The transformation of St. Augustine, the early Christian theologian who journeyed from a life of chaos and error to profound faith and wisdom, he famously said, "The world is a book, and those who do not travel read only one page." His story reminds us that spiritual transformation requires leaving behind old maps and stepping boldly into new, uncharted territories. Augustine's pilgrimage was both literal and spiritual, showing that true growth demands a courageous departure from familiar but destructive patterns. What new horizons are opening as you relocate your spiritual identity? How does this elevation redefine your purpose and power? In what ways will your new kingdom influence those around you? How will you maintain this elevated position amidst life's pressures? These questions invite you to envision the vast potential your spiritual elevation unlocks, not only for yourself, but for your entire sphere of influence. Romans 8:31 assure, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" Your spiritual elevation guarantees divine protection and unstoppable strength. This truth stands as a foundation for your confidence, empowering you to walk boldly, knowing that no earthly or spiritual force can thwart the divine plan unfolding through you. Stand firm. God's chosen. You have changed your coordinates. The enemy's arrows fall harmlessly on empty ground. You have built a kingdom where peace prevails, and your reign begins now. Walk forward in this new place of power, shining as a testament to the transforming grace of God. Toxic spiritual systems operate like clockwork, precise, rhythmic, and relentless. They follow an unspoken schedule they count on to keep you bound and trapped. Certain attacks resurface predictably. At the same time, every year, certain triggers ignite during specific seasons of your life. Sometimes these are tied to your birthday, holidays, or even traumatic anniversaries that the enemy knows can reopen old wounds. This was no accident. It was a time loop engineered on your predictability. The enemy carefully studied your emotional patterns, your vulnerabilities aligned with the calendar, and built recurring ambushes accordingly. Have you ever felt the frustrating repetition of pain or conflict, like a broken record spinning the same hurt over and over? What does it mean to be caught in a loop designed to keep you from moving forward? How many seasons of your life felt like déjà vu, with battles you thought you had already won? What would happen if you could step entirely out of that cycle? You did something radical. You stepped out of their timeline. This wasn't merely breaking a habit. It was breaking a spiritual appointment. You canceled the recurring meetings your enemy expected with your downfall. You stopped showing up for the same battles, the same arguments, the same toxic patterns. By doing so, you removed yourself from the clock they were using to control you. Psalm 28. Divpatsmit urgesus. Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. You gained wisdom not just about days, but about spiritual timing, and you chose a new rhythm aligned with God's perfect plan. Once you disrupted their rhythm, their entire strategy began to unravel, like dancers performing without music. They lost their coordination. Insults came, but found no opening. Sabotage was launched, but landed in empty fields. Even spiritual traps laid in advance expired, unused, because you no longer walked into them at their appointed time. This is the power of stepping into God's timing, a frequency unpredictable to your adversaries. Have you sensed a shift when battles that once returned faithfully no longer arrive? How does moving out of enemy seasons feel in your spirit? What does it mean to operate on divine timing, outside human manipulation? How can this freedom reshape your future? Consider the story of Mother Teresa, a beacon of divine timing and faith. Despite countless challenges, she remained steadfast in her mission, trusting God's schedule rather than human urgency. She once said, "God does not require us to succeed, only to be faithful." Her life exemplifies walking confidently in God's time, unaffected by worldly pressures and loops. The adversaries relying on your predictable patterns experience disarray and desperation. Their coordinated plans collapse. The spiritual trapper loses his prey. The saboteur misses his mark. This collapse mirrors the downfall of King Herod the Great, who desperately clung to power, yet was ultimately undone by divine justice, a warning that control built on human manipulation and fear is fleeting and destined to fall. Romans 3:11 encourage. And do this, understanding the present time. The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber. You have awakened to a new timeline, one free from loops of control and bondage. You didn't just break the cycle, you moved into an entirely new timeline, one where enemy seasons of control never come again. You now operate on a divine clock, perfectly protected and beautifully unpredictable. Your freedom is assured, your steps ordained by a higher power. Stand boldly, God's chosen. The loops that once ensnared you lie broken behind you. Your new timeline is a kingdom of peace, progress, and divine favor. Walk it confidently, knowing the enemy's watch has ended. Most people believe healing happens when the pain simply stops. Yet in the spiritual realm, that is only half the victory. Some wounds may close on the surface, but deep within, the memory of injury lingers like a dormant virus, waiting patiently for the perfect conditions to reactivate and unleash its poison anew. This hidden archive of trauma is why certain words, faces, places, or even smells could once plunge you back into spirals of old hurt. Your body and soul remembered every echo of betrayal, loss, or abuse. And that memory alone was enough to reopen the wound, keeping cycles alive without a fresh attack. The enemy cleverly avoids creating new wounds when they can exploit your own stored pain. Have you ever wondered why a seemingly small trigger unleashes disproportionate pain? How can something healed still feel raw beneath the surface? What would it mean if the memory of pain was wiped clean? How different would your life be if your emotional software no longer ran on outdated, harmful programs? For years, you may have found yourself bleeding from invisible wounds, emotionally tethered to betrayals and losses you believed were behind you. But what happened to you was extraordinary. You didn't just heal, you deleted the wound's memory. God went deep into the spiritual DNA of your pain and rewrote it. Like a master coder repairing a corrupted file, He erased the emotional data that once stored that injury's trigger points. Salm 147, 3 declares, He heals the broken-hearted and binds up their wounds. Your healing is not just restoration, but divine reprogramming at the very core of your being. Now, when the enemy attempts to run the open wound program, the system returns an error file, not found. This level of healing terrifies your adversaries because it removes their most reliable weapon, predictability. They can no longer count on the old cues to manipulate your reactions. The song that once made you weep now brings a smile. The street you once avoided has become a path of peace. The person who once held your worth hostage no longer holds any sway over your identity. This is the deeper truth. Deleting the wound's memory does not mean forgetting the event. It means removing its power to dictate your emotional reactions. You retain the wisdom, lessons, and insights, but carry no emotional landmine. The scar has transformed into something unrecognizable to the enemy, a symbol of victory, not vulnerability. Imagine this transformation like a river that once flooded destructively, but has now carved a new, serene course through the landscape. Its old path, filled with debris and turmoil, no longer exists. Instead, a peaceful flow nourishes the land. Your spirit, too, has redirected its flow, free from the chaos of past pain. An inspiring example is the life of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, one of the most recognized entertainers and entrepreneurs in the world. Before his global success, Johnson faced a series of crushing setbacks, losing his dream NFL career, struggling with depression, and having only $7 to his name. He often says, "The setback is just the foundation for the comeback." By channeling pain into discipline and failure into relentless drive, he transformed personal defeat into a platform of influence, proving that the power to rewrite your story is a choice, not a chance. What if you could consistently choose peace instead of pain? How does your upgraded emotional software transform everyday interactions? What freedom arises when the old wounds no longer have a say in your story? How might your new operating system influence those still trapped in past hurts? Romans 12, 2 exhort. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Your renewed spirit exemplifies this divine transformation, an upgrade beyond mere healing to a complete system overhaul. Stand tall, God's chosen. Your divine reprogramming has rendered the enemy's tactics obsolete. You are no longer a victim of your past, but a victorious architect of your spiritual future. Some patterns persist for generations because they are cloaked in illusions of holiness, tradition, or divine approval, wrapped tightly in cultural customs, family rituals, or even misinterpreted scriptures. They gain a facade of invincibility. "This is just the way things are" becomes the sacred chant that binds those still caught in the cycle. The pattern thrives, not because it's right, but because no one dares to question its authority or existence. But then you came along. You didn't just survive the pattern, you dismantled it from its very foundation. Your freedom shattered their most cherished illusion that this cycle was God's ordained design. The moment you stepped out, you proved it was never divine, never inevitable, and never unbreakable. Have you ever felt the weight of inherited patterns that everyone else seemed to accept as normal? What would it mean to challenge those sacred assumptions quietly but powerfully? How does your breaking free unsettle those who still hold on to the old ways? What truth lies behind the courage it takes to shatter these long-standing cycles? You became living, breathing evidence that what many called truth was, in fact, a well-fed lie. This is why your freedom feels so threatening to them. Your life contradicts the very worldview they depend on. Every smile you wear free of their burdens, every success achieved without compromise, exposes their pattern as counterfeit. You don't need words. Your existence alone rebukes their doctrine. This sharp reality unsettles those who benefit from the status quo. When someone like you breaks a pattern, liberation isn't just personal. It dismantles the unspoken permission others cling to. Jeremiah 6:11 reminds us, stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is, and walk in it. You walk the good way, forcing others to confront the illusions they once hid behind. Before you, they hid behind ignorance, tradition, and fear. Now, your testimony quietly unravels every excuse and facade. The spell is broken, and they feel the shift profoundly. You have become what the pattern's architects feared most: undeniable proof. Proof does not invite debate. It demands acknowledgement, or else rejection and attack. Many will try to discredit you, distort your story, or drag you back into old ways, not just resisting you, but resisting the truth you represent. Psalm 34:15 says, "The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are attentive to their cry." Deep inside, they know you are aligned with God's will, not the counterfeit chains they cling to. You stand as living evidence that God's plans were always for freedom and not for bondage. Each move you made, every silent refusal, every shift in your spiritual identity was a calculated strike against dark forces thriving on pain, reaction, and compliance. You rewired your spirit to reject old summons, starved the parasite feeding on your energy, and stepped out of timelines designed to trap you, refusing to play scripted roles and dismantling economies built on pain, shame, and fear. You collapsed the very foundations those patterns depended on. In the language of psychology and spiritual resonance, you acted like a master architect, redesigning the blueprint of your soul. You changed the frequency, the vibration that defines your entire being, making the old structures obsolete. This elevated architecture of your spirit radiates a protective field that disrupts every attempt of the enemy to re-establish control. The inspiring journey of Bethany Hamilton, the professional surfer who lost her arm in a shark attack at just 13 years old, instead of surrendering to fear or self-pity, Bethany chose resilience. Returning to competitive surfing only months later, she once said, "I don't need easy. I just need possible." Her life reflects the power of reprogramming the mind and spirit, transforming tragedy into a platform of courage that inspires millions around the world. What patterns in your life have you dismantled quietly but powerfully? How do you feel as your spiritual architecture strengthens beyond old designs? What new frequency guides your steps today? How will your testimony inspire others still bound by illusions? Romans 12 exhort. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Your transformation exemplifies this renewing, a divine reconstruction of self that commands freedom. Stand tall. God's chosen. You have shattered a system designed to keep you bound. Your spiritual architecture stands unshakable, your frequency unreachable by old patterns. Walk boldly in your freedom. Your reign in this new kingdom has begun. You have deleted the memory of wounds that once held you hostage and become undeniable proof that what they called God's will was never anything but a lie designed to keep you chained. Your very existence now stands as a living testament to freedom, resilience, and divine truth, showing everyone who witnesses your journey that no curse, no cycle, and no spiritual trap is truly unbreakable when met with unwavering faith and fierce determination. This victory transcends the personal. It reverberates through the spiritual realms, shaking the foundations of every system built on deception and bondage. This is not merely your victory, it is a revolution in the spiritual realm, a profound rewriting of history itself, and a radiant beacon of hope for all who feel trapped in their own repeating patterns. You have stepped boldly into a new timeline, one marked by peace that surpasses understanding, power that breaks chains, and purpose that guides every step. The old scripts that once held sway over your soul now lie in ashes, powerless to restrain you. The chains forged by fear, shame, and manipulation are shattered forever, and you walk forward, clothed in the garments of liberty. Your freedom is contagious, igniting sparks of courage and transformation in the hearts of those still bound by darkness. Your light is unstoppable, illuminating paths where once only shadows dwelled. Your story, though already triumphant, is far from over. It is a living epic, unfolding with every breath, every choice, every act of faith. The very patterns that once sought to define you now serve as testimonies to your strength and God's grace. They echo as reminders of battles won and foundations rebuilt. And know this is only the beginning. The kingdom awaits your full arrival. Greater victories, deeper peace, and higher realms of purpose are unfolding just ahead. Stand firm, beloved, for you are chosen, anointed, and empowered to walk this path with boldness. Keep rising, keep shining, and keep rewriting the story that was never meant to confine you, but to glorify the God who made you free. As we draw this journey to a close, hold fast to this eternal truth. You have not merely survived, you have transcended. You have dismantled every spiritual pattern, erased the wounds that sought to define you, and broken chains forged in lies and deception. Your life stands as living evidence that no curse, no generational cycle, and no spiritual trap is insurmountable when met with unwavering faith and divine purpose. This transformation is a testament to the relentless power of God working through you, a radiant beacon of hope and freedom that pierces through the darkest of nights. Your breakthrough is not a solitary victory, it is a clarion call to all who remain shackled in silence and despair. Your story shouts into the heavens, declaring that bondage is broken and the spirit renewed. Walk boldly in this new identity, not as a victim, but as a victorious child of God, an architect of your own destiny under His sovereign hand. If this message resonates with your soul, I urge you to take action. Like this video to affirm your breakthrough. Share it to extend this lifeline of hope to others still fighting battles unseen. And comment below to lift the voices of those who walk alongside you in this journey. Subscribe and ring the notification bell, so you never miss the revelations and encouragement that will continue to fuel your spiritual ascent. To every single one of you, whether you engage by liking, commenting, sharing, or supporting through super thanks, know that your presence here matters profoundly. Your faithfulness breathes life into this mission and strengthens the ripple of God's love and freedom spreading across the earth. May the boundless grace of the Almighty envelop you. May His peace, which surpasses all understanding, guard your heart and mind. May you walk daily in the fullness of His promises, wrapped in protection, empowered by purpose, and illuminated by His unending light. The chains you have broken will never bind you again. The path before you is blessed, and the best chapters of your story are unfolding now. Stand firm, beloved. Rise up in the authority and freedom that is yours by divine decree. This is not the end, it is the glorious beginning. God's chosen ones. There's a price for crossing you, and heaven collects with interest. What's coming for your enemies isn't a coincidence. It's a celestial verdict, sealed in fire. The ones who lied, betrayed, mocked, and thought they got away, they're walking straight into a fate so terrifying that even the shadows will step back. This isn't just karma, it's the wrath of the Almighty, tailored for every wound they gave you. Comment 777, if you can already feel the judgment brewing. To my faithful warriors, to those who have stood by this channel with your prayers, your presence, and even your super thanks, my gratitude runs deeper than words. You are not just viewers, you are family. Stay locked in, because in the next few moments, I'll show you exactly why those who cross a chosen one don't just lose, they're marked. And once heaven marks them, there's no hiding from what comes next. God's chosen ones. The shocking fate waiting for those who cross you. The universe is not silent. It is a living system of justice, always in motion, always recalibrating. Right now, it is preparing to balance the scales in ways that will leave no shadow of doubt. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Galatians 6-7. Every seed of betrayal planted against you will eventually sprout into a harvest they themselves must gather. For every whispered lie, every calculated slight, every door slammed in your face, there is a consequence set in motion. And those consequences, though sometimes delayed, are inevitable. Can you imagine what it will look like when every underhanded tactic used against you returns to the sender, magnified many times over? Spiritual confrontations are not mere disagreements. They are battlegrounds of destiny. They test your resolve, your patience, and your alignment with heaven's order. The prophets of old understood this deeply. Joseph was sold by his own brothers, yet rose to stand second only to Pharaoh. Genesis 50-20. What they intended for harm became the very road to his coronation. And isn't it striking that those who set traps for God's chosen often end up falling into their own snares? Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. Proverbs 26-27. Think of the life of Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch watchmaker who risked everything to hide Jews from the Nazis during World War II. She was betrayed, imprisoned, and tortured, but the cruelty she endured became the foundation of her global ministry of forgiveness. She once said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." How many of your current battles might one day become the very platform from which you bless the world? And then there are the cautionary tales, the antagonists whose arrogance led to their downfall. Take the example of Charles Ponzi, the infamous con artist whose name is forever linked to deceit. In the early 20th century, his schemes promised riches but delivered ruin. leaving countless victims devastated. His legacy? Not wealth, but the eternal stain of fraud. When someone moves against you with malicious intent, it is as if they sign their own warrant in invisible ink, one that heaven will one day make visible. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. You are targeted for a reason. You carry a rare frequency, a resonance that makes the forces of darkness tremble. With every spiritual insight you gain, you become more distinguishable in the realm of the unseen. This is why distractions are hurled your way through gossip, jealousy, or sudden chaos. But remember the words of Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. When you refuse to retaliate and instead stay anchored in your mission, you deny your enemies the satisfaction of pulling you from your divine path. Life will tempt you to step down into the mud where your adversaries wrestle. But you must rise above. Michelangelo, the Renaissance master, once said, "The greater danger for most of us lies not in setting our aim too high and falling short, but in setting our aim too low and achieving it. You were not chosen to roll in the dirt. You were chosen to build towers that touch the sky. So why waste your crown fighting battles you were never called to fight? When you were born to reign from higher ground, so here is the truth they do not want you to hear. Every ounce of hostility sent your way is secretly building the stage for your victory. Their schemes are scaffolding for the palace you are about to walk into. The attacks are not interruptions, they are confirmations. And when the day comes, and it will, you will stand unshaken, as proof that divine justice is not a myth. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, says the Lord. Romans 12:19. Rise now. Shake off the dust. Refuse to play small. The same force that parted the Red Sea walks beside you. This is not the hour to hide. This is the hour to reign. No amount of negativity can halt the forward motion of a soul anchored in divine purpose. The path before you is not a random sequence of events. It is a carefully woven tapestry, where every thread of trial strengthens the fabric of your spirit. We rejoice in our sufferings, knowing that suffering produces endurance, and endurance produces character, and character produces hope. Romans 5:3-4. Each hardship is like the shaping of a diamond under unyielding pressure, cutting away what is unnecessary until only brilliance remains. Have you noticed how, even in your lowest valleys, there's a silent force arranging the steps beneath your feet? As we move forward, remember that every challenge you encounter is not a wall, but a chisel in the hand of the master sculptor. The storms that rise against you are not merely tests, they are sacred architects building fortresses of resilience in your soul. Think of the giant sequoia trees, whose roots intertwine deep beneath the soil. They stand for centuries because they draw strength from what cannot be seen. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life. James 1:12. Could it be that the very winds you fear are the same winds pushing you into greater heights? Navigating life's challenges often feels like swimming upstream against a relentless current. Those who live brightly, who carry light in a darkened world, draw both admiration and attack. It's a strange paradox. Your joy becomes a magnet, not just for those seeking warmth, but also for those lost in their own shadows, like a moth circling a flame. Envy and malice are drawn to your glow. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. How many of your current battles are not because you are weak, but because your light is simply too bright for them to ignore? And yes, this negativity often hides in unexpected places, workplaces, friendships. Even within the walls you once called home. There's a biblical parallel in the figure known as the Jezebel spirit, a force that seeks to undermine, to plant seeds of discouragement, to lure you into self-doubt. But remember the eagle, when storms come, it does not hide it, spreads its wings and lets the violent winds carry it higher. The very turbulence meant to break you can be the lift that takes you beyond your enemy's reach. In art and story, this truth is echoed in Victor Hugo's Les Misérables. The character Jean Valjean rises from the bitterness of imprisonment to a life of sacrifice and redemption. His past was used against him, yet it became the stage for his transformation. And doesn't that mirror the way God redeems our pain? The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. There will be moments when the weight of these trials tempts you to retreat, but in those moments, remember that a seed buried in the dark does not despair. It uses the darkness as the womb of its growth. Have you thought about how many flowers had to push through heavy soil before they ever felt the sun? Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Psalm 23:4. Spread your spiritual wings. Plant your feet on the solid rock of truth. This is not the time to dim your light, to make others comfortable. This is the time to burn brighter, to step forward as living proof that what was meant to destroy you has only refined you. Your journey is not over. It is only the beginning. And every shadow you face now will one day be a footnote in the testimony of your triumph. There is a kind of protection over your life that is not just a shield, it is a divine force field. A resonance at a frequency the enemy cannot breach. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. Psalm 91:11. At times, it may feel as if attacks are coming from every direction, like arrows lost in a storm. But these onslaughts are not signs of weakness. They are indicators of progress. The gravitational pull toward your God-given destiny becomes stronger the closer you get. And that pull creates friction with anything that cannot go where you're headed. Have you realized how storms often gather most violently right before the breakthrough? In architecture, when building a cathedral, master builders design the arches to bear not just the present weight, but the weight of generations to come. In the same way, the challenges you face are not just for today, they are structural reinforcements for the future you will carry. Consider it pure joy. My brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, James 1-2, could it be that the pressure you feel is heaven's way of adding load-bearing capacity to your soul? Your goodness unsettles some because they cannot decode the light you carry. Like particles in quantum physics, people's reactions to you collapse into one of two states: drawn closer by your warmth, or repelled by their own shadows. This is why leaving harmful situations, whether a dead-end job or a toxic relationship, is more than just escape. It is the demolition phase before the new foundation is laid. Theologians might call it sanctification, architects might call it site clearing. Athletes know it as that quiet moment between rounds when you recover, recalibrate, and prepare for the next strike. This decision to walk away from what drains you is not just about freeing space, it is about setting the stage for what is to come. Think of it as tuning an instrument. You cannot play heaven's melody if you remain out of alignment. Do not be yoked together with unbelievers. 2 Corinthians 6:14. How many blessings have been delayed because the stage was still cluttered with the wrong cast? More difficult is recognizing that some of those misaligned with you are people you once trusted. It's like discovering that a load-bearing wall in your house is cracked not because of sudden damage, but because it was never built to carry the weight of your calling. And yet, this revelation is a gift. It strips away illusions, and leaves only the materials that can withstand the pressure of your ascent. There's a powerful real-world example in the life of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, a man who stood like a lighthouse against the raging storm of apartheid in South Africa. He often declared, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." And here's the question: when your convictions are tested, will you protect them even if it costs you everything? When he recognized environments or alliances that threatened to erode his convictions, he didn't negotiate with compromise. He walked away. Sometimes it cost him influence. Sometimes it cost him friends. But it preserved the integrity of the moral architecture he was building stone by stone, decision by decision, until it became part of the very foundation that helped dismantle systemic evil. It is a sobering thing to see betrayal or hidden opposition up close. But it is also clarifying. These moments act like the prism in physics, splitting a single beam of light into its true spectrum. Once you see the reality, you cannot unsee it. And once you know who stands with you, your steps become lighter, your vision sharper. The Lord is on my side, I will not fear. What can man do to me? Psalm 118:6. So here is the unshakable truth. You are not losing people. You are losing liabilities. You are not walking away from safety. You are walking into sovereignty. The scaffolding is coming down. The stage lights are warming. And the main act, your divine purpose, is about to begin. Rise now. Plant your feet as if heaven's throne room is behind you. Because it is. This is not the moment to retreat. This is the moment to reign. The clarity you've gained is not just a passing thought. It's a compass recalibrated to true north, ensuring that your path remains free from the gravitational pull of toxic influences. Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character. 1 Corinthians 15:33. With each step away from negativity, you lighten the load on your spirit. And in that lightness, you gain altitude. Isn't it remarkable how a single act of release can open the floodgates to blessings you didn't even know were waiting? Life has a way of balancing the scales. Every unjust word spoken against you, every scheme designed to trip you will, in time, turn back toward its source. For whatever a man sows, that he will also reap. Galatians 6-7. But here's the paradox. Your role is not to monitor their harvest, it's to cultivate your own garden. How much more peace would fill your heart if you stopped tracking the downfall of your enemies and started nurturing the rise of your calling? Releasing the weight of old grudges isn't just an emotional choice, it's a strategic spiritual maneuver. It clears the mental bandwidth needed to discern the opportunities heaven is sending. Consider the example of Howard Schultz, the visionary former CEO of Starbucks, born into poverty. Schultz faced countless rejections when seeking investors, but he refused to dwell on the doors that slammed shut. Instead, he focused on the ones opening, building a global brand rooted in connection and experience. His story proves that when you release the bitterness of no, you create space for the abundance of yes. Of course, not everyone walks that path of transformation. History is littered with those who chose the opposite, clinging to vengeance and manipulation until it consumed them. One chilling example is Ferdinand Marcos, the former president of the Philippines, whose decades of corruption and greed eventually led to his downfall and exile. His empire, built on exploitation, crumbled when the people's patience and heaven's justice ran out. Doesn't this reveal that every corrupt throne is eventually dismantled, no matter how high it stands? As you move forward, keep your spirit anchored in gratitude and your eyes fixed on the possibilities ahead. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Nehemiah 8:10. When the familiar becomes hostile, and those closest to you fail to understand your transformation, do not be dismayed. Could it be that heaven is removing certain voices from your circle so that you can finally hear his without interference? It's often strangers, those with no prior claim on your loyalty, who step in to offer encouragement when you need it most. These unexpected alliances are not accidents, they are divine appointments. Just as Ruth found favor in Boaz's field, Ruth 2:10-12, you too will encounter people positioned by God to propel you forward when the old crowd fades into the background. This exchange from the old to the new is the sacred rhythm of growth. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Isaiah 43:18-19. Yet, embracing the unfamiliar requires courage. You cannot carry the rusted chains of yesterday into the golden gates of tomorrow. Leave the ruins where they belong. Step boldly into the space that heaven has cleared for you. Your departure from the past is not abandonment, it is alignment. And alignment, in the language of eternity, is the very foundation of reigning. When you are walking the correct trajectory, the resistance you meet is often proof that you are cutting through territory the enemy hoped you'd never enter. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. There will always be individuals, some hidden in the shadows, others smiling in plain sight, who quietly wish for your failure. But what they fail to understand is that the hostility they spread does not stick to you. It ricochets back toward them like a storm wind meeting a mountain. Have you noticed how a mountain doesn't move to meet the storm? It simply stands. And the storm eventually passes. Their provocations are designed to make you lose your composure, to drag you into their chaos. Yet your silence, your steadfastness, is like a dam holding back a flood. It frustrates them, and in their frustration, they often expose their own weaknesses. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1. What would happen if, instead of matching their hostility, you simply kept building, kept moving forward, as if their words had no oxygen to breathe? The workplace can indeed feel like a battlefield, but not all battles are fought with swords. Some are fought with whispers, false smiles, and sudden mistakes that were no accident. In nature, this is much like a hawk soaring high. While crows try to peck at it mid-air, the hawk never turns back to fight. It simply climbs higher until the crows can no longer follow. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Could it be that the elevation you're stepping into is precisely why the noise around you has grown louder? These acts of sabotage, whether subtle office politics or blatant attempts to discredit, you are doomed to backfire. It is in their very nature. Just as a venomous snake injects poison but cannot escape the consequences of its own nature, those who seek to harm you are writing the script for their own downfall. In the Count of Monte Cristo, Edmond Dantes suffered betrayal, imprisonment, and loss. Yet in time, the truth comes to light, and those who plotted against him are undone by their own greed and fear. Isn't that the pattern you've seen? That hidden malice, when pressed long enough, always reveals itself. You are being shielded from more than you can see. Sometimes the hand of God removes you from situations you thought you needed, not because you were losing, but because He was protecting you from battles that were never yours to fight. The Lord is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. Psalm 91:2. The sooner you release the need for their approval, the freer you will be to move at heaven's pace instead of theirs. like the tides that come and go, regardless of whether anyone is watching. Your destiny does not wait for human applause. Oaks do not stop growing because the nearby shrubs complain about the shade. Eagles do not stop soaring because sparrows are jealous of their wingspan. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. So why should you stop or even slow down? For those who cannot understand the height you're called to, your mission is greater than the noise. Your calling is taller than their walls. The surest way to confront negativity is not to attack it, but to outlast it. And the surest way to outlast it is to keep your focus fixed forward, refusing to descend to their level. So rise, keep moving, plant your feet where truth stands, and lift your eyes where hope waits. This is not just survival, it is the preparation for rain. You are destined for greatness. And no human scheme can rewrite the blueprint heaven has designed for your life. Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. Proverbs 19:21. Advancement for the chosen is not merely a matter of effort, it is a resonance, a spiritual frequency that aligns with heaven's architecture. Every time you press forward in excellence, even under pressure, you create a ripple effect in the unseen realm, a vibration that draws the right people, opportunities, and resources into your orbit. Have you noticed how your consistency attracts allies whose vision mirrors your own? These allies, handpicked by divine orchestration, are not random. In structural engineering, every great bridge has tension cables positioned with precision, each one bearing weight at exactly the right angle to maintain balance and stability. Likewise, the people heaven sends into your life at the right time are the support beams of your calling. Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. Ecclesiastes 4:9. Could it be that the doors you've been waiting on are locked? Not because you lack the key, but because the right co-builder hasn't arrived yet. In the workplace, resilience is often forged in silence. You show up early, stay late, shoulder extra tasks, and quietly solve problems others avoid. Yet, when you are in need, the room grows silent, and familiar faces fade into the background. Even worse, some seem to take satisfaction in adding weight to your load rather than lightening it. In psychological terms, this is a form of social displacement, people preserving their own comfort by placing greater strain on those they know can handle it. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and he helps me. Psalm 28:7. How many times have you carried battles in secret? Victories no one applauded, simply because the world wasn't watching. This is your arena, a place where the heat of trial forges the steel of perseverance. In architecture, builders perform a stress test on foundations, applying more weight than the structure will ever have to bear, to ensure it will not fail. The pressures you face are heaven's stress tests, proofing you for the weight of glory you will one day carry. The example of Dr. Mae Jemison, the first African-American woman to travel in space. Before she ever touched the stars, she endured years of rejection, doubt, and subtle sabotage. She once said, "Never be limited by other people's limited imaginations." Her ascent required not just intelligence, but the resilience to rise above environments designed to hold her down. Isn't your current season the same, a training ground to prove your readiness for heights you've never known? And though the schemes against you may be elaborate, they cannot alter the final structure God is building. The Apostle Paul wrote, "If God is for us, Who can be against us? Romans 8:31. The negative energy sent your way is like a miscalculated frequency in physics. It cannot penetrate the resonance field of someone attuned to heaven's wavelength. Your role is not to retaliate, but to advance, like a chess master who holds back a decisive move until the end game. Your patience will outlast their plotting. There is a moment in every championship match when the crowd grows quiet, not because the game is over, but because they sense a shift. You are in that moment now. The atmosphere is changing. The architect of your destiny is placing the final beams. So stand. Do not break formation. Keep building when no one thanks you. Keep walking when others fall away. Your story is not one of survival alone. It is one of dominion. And when the unveiling comes, even your enemies will have no choice but to see the masterpiece you have become. Keep your chin up during these hard times. Not because you're pretending the pain doesn't exist, but because you know the pain is producing something greater inside you. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him. Romans 8:28. Facing challenges is not just about surviving the storm. It's about letting the storm shape you into a vessel capable of carrying the weight of the calling ahead. Have you considered that the very darkness you're enduring might be the training ground for the light you're about to release? You are moving toward a brighter future, a place untouched by the cynicism and resentment that tries to cling to you now. Those harboring bitterness and jealousy are not equipped to walk the path ahead. Like climbers without oxygen, tanks attempting to scale Everest, they will not survive at the altitude where you are headed. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. What happens when you keep ascending is simple. They fall away. Not because you pushed them, but because they chose not to prepare for the climb. Forget their small schemes and petty whispers. Fate, and more importantly God's justice, has a way of settling accounts. In history, we've seen this truth play out countless times. Consider Enron CEO Jeffrey Skilling. Once one of the most powerful executives in America, his manipulation of corporate systems led to one of the largest bankruptcies in U.S. history, ending his career in disgrace and prison time. Isn't it striking how the walls built on deception always collapse from the inside? Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. Proverbs 26-27. Those trying to dim your brightness cannot comprehend the realm of optimism and purpose you're stepping into. It is beyond their imagination, because it is not theirs to walk. In contrast, there are those who use adversity to fuel their purpose. Take the example of painter Frida Kahlo, whose life was marked by physical pain and personal tragedy rather than retreat. She transformed her suffering into art that still inspires millions. She once said, "Feet, what do I need you for when I have wings to fly?" Could your current wounds be the very brushstrokes God is using to create your masterpiece? A significant breakthrough is just ahead. The opposition you face now is the pressure before the release, the resistance before the acceleration. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54-17. Every attempt to pull you down is, in truth, a confirmation that you are rising. What if the spiritual warfare around you is less about what you've done wrong and more about what you're about to do right? View every challenge as a proving ground. Just as a blacksmith tempers steel by plunging it into fire, each hurdle you overcome strengthens your resolve. The lessons you gather in the heat of battle aren't just for the moment. They become the armor you'll wear for the rest of your mission. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial. James 1:12. So push on, hold your ground. Let the critics talk while you keep building. The noise will fade, but the work of your hands will stand. This is your moment to rise, to step beyond the ordinary and into the destiny that has been waiting for you since before you were born. And when you arrive, even your enemies will have no choice but to acknowledge the strength they underestimated. You may soon find yourself stepping into positions of influence, places where your voice carries weight and your actions set the tone. And as you rise, those who once undermined you will feel the tremors of the ground shifting beneath their feet. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Have you noticed that the higher the tree grows, the more it stands out against the skyline, and the more the wind tries to shake it? Leadership is not simply about holding a title. It's about navigating storms without losing sight of the horizon. The chaos of today's world can tempt even the strongest to step into petty disputes. But you have been called to something higher. In the vast ocean, the lighthouse doesn't compete with the waves. It stands, unshaken, guiding ships no matter how violently the sea roars. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. Could it be that the turbulence around you is not a sign of failure, but proof that your light is being noticed? When the negativity presses in, remember that you are not navigating this path alone. The shepherd walks with you, his rod and staff ready to defend. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. There's a reason you were chosen for this journey. You are equipped with strengths you don't even know you have yet. The eagle does not learn to ride the wind in calm skies. It learns in the midst of the storm. And you, too, are learning to ride the very currents meant to break you. Recognize your worth, for your value is not defined by the blindness of others. A pearl remains a pearl even in the mud. Its luster is hidden but never lost. Why spend your energy trying to convince those determined not to see? Do not cast your pearls before swine. Matthew 7:6. In the same way, your calling is too precious to waste on those who only drain your strength. As you keep your eyes forward, God Himself takes care of those who have wronged you. In nature, the river never stops to argue with rocks. It flows around them, carving its path deeper, wider, and stronger. That is the quiet power of persistence. In the words of the film The Mission, 1986, we must work in the world, but the world is not our master. Your task is to keep working, knowing that the true judge sees all. By staying focused and optimistic, you will find yourself naturally distancing from toxic circles. Like the dawn pushing away the night without a single word, you will see old patterns fade, simply because your light leaves no room for their shadows. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Nehemiah 8:10. Have you felt how peace becomes magnetic when you refuse to be baited into conflict? Start each day with deliberate intent. Like a gardener planting seeds in soil, he's already cleared of weeds. Morning is the sacred moment when your mind is most open to direction. Shield it fiercely. If the first drops of rain in the day are poisoned, the whole stream risks contamination, so guard the source. Your inner resolve is not just a defense, it is a compass pointing you toward a life marked by dignity, purpose, and joy. And even when your day begins with moments that threaten to derail you, like a sudden insult, a false accusation, or a dismissive glance, remember that storms cannot linger forever. The same God who commands the thunder also paints the rainbow. Rise, keep walking, and let your perseverance preach louder than your words. This is your season to stand firm, to outlast the noise, and to step into the destiny designed only for you. When the day begins with a distressing text or call that poisons your mood before you've even stepped out the door, it's like a crack forming in the foundation of a building before the first brick of the day is laid. If this feels familiar, understand this. you must seal that crack immediately. In architecture, engineers know that even the smallest fracture, left unchecked, can compromise the structural integrity of the entire edifice. Abu Valels. Guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Why let a few careless words set the frequency for your entire day? Shutting down these sources of negativity is not avoidance, it's strategic protection. Psychologists call it cognitive boundary setting, the intentional act of deciding what information and emotions you will allow into your mental space. Just as an orchestra tunes to a specific pitch before a performance, your spirit must tune itself to the frequency of peace before engaging with the world. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. Could it be that the chaos you feel is simply the result of starting your day tuned to the wrong frequency? Cultivating a positive mindset isn't a cliché, it's a daily architectural project. Each thought is a brick, each choice a beam, each act of kindness a window that lets light in. Over time, you are constructing a cathedral of resilience, one whose vaulted ceilings are held aloft by pillars of faith and hope. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Nehemiah 8:10. Have you noticed how sacred spaces feel different the moment you step inside? That's the same transformation your inner life can bring when built with intention. Replace old anxieties with investments in life-giving practices. Surround yourself with communities that operate on mutual encouragement, people who amplify your strengths instead of magnifying your flaws. This is what physicists might call constructive interference, where two waves meet and their amplitudes combine, creating something stronger than either could produce alone. Two are better than one if either of them falls down. One can help the other up. Ecclesiastes 4:9-10. History gives us countless examples of individuals who embodied this principle. One is Fred Rogers, beloved television host and creator of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Behind his calm demeanor was a fierce intentionality. He famously said, "I believe that appreciation is a holy thing." Every show was meticulously crafted to foster kindness and understanding, proving that soft power, when consistent, reshapes entire cultures. Isn't it telling that his influence endures decades later, while louder? Archer Voisfad. Fully embracing this path means more than just avoiding the toxic. It means actively moving toward the fertile ground where your potential can take root. Perseverance through adversity becomes your testimony, showing others that thriving is not only possible, it's inevitable for those who refuse to surrender. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6-9. And when yesterday felt like a defeat, remember, the dawn is a reset button written into the laws of creation. Athletes know the value of the quiet between rounds. It's where strategy is rebuilt, muscles reset, and vision clears. Spiritually, your nights are those intervals, your mornings, the bell that calls you back into the ring. The match isn't over. It's simply entering the next round. And you are better prepared than before. Rise now. Shut the door on voices that drain you. Align your thoughts with heaven's blueprint. And walk into this day as the architect of your own atmosphere. Your setbacks are scaffolding. Your trials are stress tests. And the structure God is building in you will stand long after the storms have passed. Today is not just another date on the calendar, it is a fresh canvas, waiting for you to paint over the stains of yesterday. Clinging to past frustrations is like carrying stones in your backpack on a long climb. The higher you go, the heavier they feel, and the slower you move. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. Isaiah 43:18. Why allow yesterday's shadows to block today's sunrise? You will meet people who cannot or will not see your worth. Sometimes they are blinded by their own insecurities, and other times they fear the potential they see in you. Yet, you are not fighting these battles alone. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. There is a higher power working behind the scenes, arranging events, shifting circumstances, and shielding you from the attacks you don't even know about. Have you considered how many battles have already been won for you without your awareness? This protection becomes even more noticeable when you're going through a spiritual awakening. The more you awaken, the more sensitive you become to the energies around you, and the more you see the hidden motives of people. That is why keeping your peace is not weakness, it is strategy. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. John 14:27. Even in tough spots, there is a bigger picture unfolding, and the scales of fairness will tilt back in your favor. In history, there have been people who embodied this principle. One such figure is Malala Yousafzai, a young Pakistani activist who, despite being targeted and attacked for pursuing education, refused to surrender to fear. She once said, "One child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world." Her perseverance transformed her from a victim into a global voice for justice. Doesn't this prove that when you refuse to give up, your trials can become the very thing that amplifies your influence? The same principle works in reverse. Think of Bernie Madoff, the infamous financier who orchestrated the largest Ponzi scheme in history. For decades, he manipulated trust for personal gain. But when his web of lies unraveled, it destroyed not only his reputation, but also the lives of those closest to him. His end was one of disgrace, isolation, and imprisonment, a reminder that those who thrive on harming others eventually face the consequences. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. Proverbs 26:27. How many times has history shown that the collapse of the wicked is as certain as the rising of the sun? Your current challenges might feel like obstacles, but they could actually be guiding you toward a better path, one where your strengths shine brighter and your impact is greater. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him. Romans 8:28. By refusing to stay stuck in negativity, you transform these hurdles into stepping stones, each one lifting you closer to the life you were meant to live. Surround yourself with people who lift you higher, those whose presence is like fresh air in a stuffy room. The wrong company will drain your spirit, but the right one will fuel your purpose. This is why your circle matters. It shapes your altitude. The eagle does not waste time explaining its flight to pigeons. It simply keeps soaring. Shake off the dust of yesterday. Guard your peace as if it were a crown, and keep walking toward the promise ahead. This is not the time to shrink, it is the time to shine. And when you get there, the very ones who doubted you will be forced to admit they underestimated the strength of a chosen one. Being constantly surrounded by downbeat, cynical voices is like trying to grow a delicate flower in soil laced with salt. It stunts your growth and warps your perspective. Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character. 1 Corinthians 15:33. Why let their pessimism pollute the garden of your mind when you have the power to plant seeds of hope instead? Shift your focus toward cultivating relationships that nourish your spirit. Just as rain nourishes parched earth, build bonds with people who celebrate your victories without envy, who challenge you to grow without tearing you down. Just as the tallest sunflowers lean toward the sun, your soul will naturally lean toward the warmth of those who radiate light. As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. Proverbs 27:17. Could it be that your growth has been limited, not by your abilities, but by the shadows you've been standing too close to? This is also a perfect season to reflect deeply on what you truly want. Life has a rhythm like the changing tides, and when you align with it, you find yourself propelled forward without forcing every step. Invest in new skills, explore hobbies that light up your imagination, and take on projects that stir your passion. Just as a caterpillar's time in the chrysalis transforms it into a butterfly, your season of preparation is forming the wings you'll need for your next chapter. Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish your plans. Proverbs 16:3. And life's surprises, they are often wrapped in plain paper, unnoticed until unwrapped. The unexpected detours may be the very roads that lead to treasures you never thought to seek. In Amélie 2001, the titular character finds joy and purpose in small, seemingly trivial acts of kindness, each one creating ripples that change the lives of others. Isn't that the way God often works? Turning what looks ordinary into something extraordinary. Gratitude is the key that unlocks more than joy. It opens the door to abundance. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus. 1 Thessalonians 5:18. The more you train your heart to see blessings, the more blessings seem to appear. Like the forest that regenerates after a wildfire, gratitude transforms loss into fertile ground for new growth. Every obstacle you've conquered is more than a personal victory. It's a lighthouse for those still navigating their storms. You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. When you rise above trials, you send a signal. Survival is possible. Healing is real. And victory is worth fighting for. And isn't it striking how your resilience can become the blueprint for someone else's breakthrough? But victory isn't built only in the battle. It's also forged in stillness. Take time for reflection and solitude. Walk among the trees, and let their silent endurance remind you that strength is often quiet. Watch the river flow, and realize it never resists the bend in its path. It adapts, yet continues toward its destination. Your moments of peace are not escapes from reality. They are sanctuaries where your mind and spirit recalibrate. And when the world demands you hurry, remember that even the most magnificent oak grows slowly, one ring at a time. Even the brightest dawn takes time to break the night. So, rise not rushed, not frantic, but steady and certain. This is your time to guard your peace. Focus your heart, and step boldly into the story heaven is writing for you. Staying grounded is not about standing still. It is about anchoring yourself so deeply in truth that no storm can uproot you. Just as architects design skyscrapers with deep, fortified foundations to withstand the push and pull of wind, your spirit must be anchored in principles that hold under pressure. He is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season and whose leaf does not wither. Psalm 1-3. Could it be that your peace is not simply a feeling, but the very bedrock on which your entire life structure rests? When you embrace peaceful moments, you are not withdrawing from the world. You are recharging to re-enter it stronger. Psychologists call this cognitive recalibration, deliberately resetting your mental framework to process challenges with clarity instead of chaos. Think of it as tuning the strings of a violin before a symphony. Even the most masterful performance falters without proper tension and balance. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. These quiet intervals are not wasted. They are the interludes between battles. The silent moments in a championship match, when the fighter takes a knee in the corner breathes deeply, and lets the coach's voice drown out the roar of the crowd. Without those pauses, stamina fades. Without your pauses, purpose fades. Have you noticed how often your greatest breakthroughs arrive after seasons of stillness? Maintaining an optimistic and vibrant attitude acts like a natural resonance amplifier in physics. Positivity doesn't just repel negativity, it generates a frequency that influences the environment around you, attracting people and opportunities that align with your mission. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Nehemiah 8:10. This is not wishful thinking, it's the law of spiritual and emotional dynamics. History gives us luminous examples of this truth. One is Dr. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian neurologist and Holocaust survivor, who wrote in Man's Search for Meaning that, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves, even in the bleakest circumstances. He cultivated a mindset that saw purpose as the ultimate source of survival. Doesn't this show that optimism, when rooted in meaning, becomes unbreakable armor? On the opposite end, we have stories of leaders who let bitterness corrode their vision until it destroyed everything they built. One such figure was Napoleon's later years, where the insatiable thirst for power overrode strategic wisdom, leading to exile and humiliation. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16:18. How many have fallen, not because they lacked ability, but because they abandoned humility and clarity. As we move forward, our commitment to spreading love and striving for excellence must be intentional, like laying one brick after another in the construction of a cathedral. Each act of kindness is a cornerstone. Each moment of discipline is a support beam. Each word of encouragement is a stained glass window, letting heaven's light through. And just like in architecture, the integrity of the whole depends on the precision of each part. Comfort yourself with the unshakable truth. The Creator of the universe is not distant from your journey. If God is for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. The alignment of heaven's design and your obedience is a blueprint no opposition can erase. So, rise. Guard your inner sanctuary as fiercely as a fortress guards its gates. Let your peace become your protest, your resilience, your testimony, and your light, a beacon in places still covered in shadow. This is not the moment to shrink back. It is the moment to step forward with steady hands, clear vision, and a heart tuned to the frequency of eternity. There is a law in heaven that no earthly scheme can override, a principle so consistent that it threads through centuries of human history. When God's chosen are pushed down, heaven reverses the current and lifts them higher than they stood before. Humble yourselves before the Lord, and He will lift you up. James 4:10. Have you ever wondered what would happen if the very trap set for your downfall became the staircase to your throne? The story of Esther in the Bible captures this reversal with divine precision. A young Jewish woman, taken from obscurity, became queen at the exact moment her people faced annihilation. What her enemies intended for destruction, God used as the platform for salvation. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good. Genesis 50:20. Isn't it powerful to realize that the plans made against you can become the very proof of your calling? This principle isn't confined to scripture. It echoes in real life. Oprah Winfrey, one of the most influential women in the world, was told early in her career that she was unfit for television. Yet that rejection became the fire that drove her to create her own platform, shaping a global media empire and inspiring millions. She once said, "Turn your wounds into wisdom, Could your current rejection be the birthplace of your authority? But the divine reversal doesn't just elevate the faithful, it also exposes the schemes of the corrupt. In history, one striking example is Richard Nixon, whose political power seemed untouchable until the Watergate scandal unraveled his empire. The very system he used to protect his image became the evidence that destroyed it. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. Proverbs 26-27. How many have built castles of deceit, only to see them crumble under the weight of their own lies? Every time this law activates, it sends a message. God is not blind to injustice. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. The delay in your breakthrough isn't denial. It's the setup for a reversal so dramatic that it silences the mockers and strengthens the faithful. You are not called to fight every battle. Some victories are engineered in heaven's court long before they're revealed on earth. For the Lord is a God of justice. Blessed are all who wait for him. Isaiah 30-18. The key is to keep walking, keep building, and keep your integrity intact while the reversal unfolds. Rise now. Stand tall in the place where they thought you'd never recover. Every word spoken against you, every plot whispered in dark corners, will serve as the evidence of how far you've risen. This is your season to turn the enemy's ladder into your platform. And when the reversal comes, and it will walk into it with your head held high, knowing heaven always has the final move. There is a shield around God's chosen that is not made of metal or stone, but of divine intention, a protective buffer placed between you and those who would seek to harm you. This barrier is invisible to the human eye, yet unbreakable in the spiritual realm, for he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. Psalm 91-11. Have you ever wondered why some attacks seem to pass you by, as if something unseen intercepted them before they reached you? In nature, certain trees exude chemicals through their leaves and roots that repel harmful insects, creating a safe radius around them. Similarly, God positions you so that destructive forces cannot enter your sphere without his permission. You are my hiding place. You will protect me from trouble. Psalm 32-7. Could it be that some of the opportunities you thought you missed were actually poisonous fruits kept far from your reach? The sacred buffer is not just about defense, it's about positioning. Just as migratory birds instinctively follow wind patterns that keep them away from storms, the Spirit can guide your steps into paths where your enemies cannot follow. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37-23. Isn't it striking how certain doors close abruptly, only for you to discover later they led to places you were never meant to be, in art and story? This principle is echoed in the French novel The Hunchback of Notre Dame by Victor Hugo. The cathedral itself becomes a sanctuary where Esmeralda finds refuge from those who would destroy her. The towering walls, though made of stone, are a symbol of the unseen walls heaven builds around the righteous. Your life, too, is surrounded by such architecture, not of brick, but of blessing. And just as the Arctic fox's white fur blends with snow to avoid predators, the sacred buffer sometimes hides you in plain sight, making you invisible to those searching for your downfall. The Lord is your shade at your right hand. Psalm 121-5. How many times has God hidden you in the crowd until the appointed moment for you to be revealed? This divine shield ensures that those who aim to harm you often find themselves frustrated, striking at shadows they cannot grasp, and in their confusion, their own plans unravel. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54-17. Rise today knowing you are not walking through life unprotected. There is a perimeter heaven has drawn around you, and nothing crosses it without God's approval. Keep moving forward. Stay within His guidance, and trust that your buffer is intact. When the time comes for you to step fully into the open, you will do so untouched, carrying the proof that heaven's defense is stronger than any attack. Not every closed door is a rejection. Sometimes it is a reinforcement, a structural safeguard designed to keep you from walking into collapse. In architecture, load-bearing walls are not placed for convenience, but for protection. They carry the weight of the entire building. Removing one without understanding its purpose leads to disaster. For my thoughts are not your thoughts. Neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. Isaiah 55:8. Could it be that the door you wanted so badly was actually holding back something that would have crushed you? In the spiritual realm, these sealed doors function like the safety interlocks in nuclear reactors, systems that shut down instantly if danger is detected. No matter how promising the operation seemed moments before, He shuts and no one can open, and what He opens no one can shut. Revelation 3-7. Sometimes these closures come during the between rounds moments of your life, the pause in the fight, when you're sent back to your corner. To the untrained eye, it looks like inaction. To the seasoned fighter, it's the moment strategy is refined, wounds are treated, and the next decisive blow is planned. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. What if the waiting period you despise is actually your training ground for the weight of the crown? We see this principle in real life through people like J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter. Before becoming one of the best-selling authors in history, she faced multiple rejections from publishers. Each no was a sealed door, but it forced her to refine her manuscript until it was strong enough to open the right door, the one that led to a global phenomenon. She once said, "Rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life." Isn't it striking how the right foundation determines the height of the structure? These sealed doors also protect you from people who cannot carry the weight of your calling, like mismatched gears in a clock. Their presence in your journey would disrupt the entire mechanism. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37:23. The sealing is not punishment, it's alignment. So the next time you stand before a door that refuses to open, remember, heaven's blueprint includes walls, gates, and barriers for a reason. Your job is not to batter it down in frustration, but to trust the architect who sees the entire structure. We walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5-7. Rise with patience, not panits. Keep building the parts of the structure that are yours to build, knowing that when the time is right, the door designed for you will swing open effortlessly and you will walk through it ready, steady, and unshakable. There is a law in the spiritual realm, as sure as gravity in the natural. What you release into the world will find its way back to you. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Galatians 6-7. Have you noticed how those who plot against others often end up tangled in the very nets they set? This is not coincidence. It is the architecture of divine justice. Like a perfectly balanced equation, heaven ensures that no input goes without an output. Even the smallest act, whether of kindness or cruelty, sets invisible ripples in motion that will eventually find their way back to the source. And when it returns, it never comes back in the same measure. It comes multiplied. The boomerang curse is heaven's way of ensuring that the energy, words, and actions sent out will always return, either as a blessing or as a judgment. In the book of Esther, Haman built gallows to execute Mordecai, yet he himself was hung upon them. Esther 7:10. What happens when the pit someone dug for you becomes the grave for their own ambitions? This is the spiritual equivalent of a storm gathering strength as it circles back toward its origin. The more malice invested into a scheme, the more weight it carries on the return trip. And when it finally lands, it doesn't just dismantle the plan, it shakes the very foundation of the one who conceived it. This principle is not just ancient wisdom, it's a living reality. Take the example of Elon Musk, the billionaire entrepreneur behind Tesla and SpaceX. In 2008, when both companies were on the brink of collapse, Tesla nearly bankrupt and SpaceX suffering 3 consecutive rocket failures, critics predicted his career was finished. But under that crushing pressure, instead of folding, he doubled down, pouring his remaining fortune into one final rocket launch. That 4th launch succeeded, securing a NASA contract that saved SpaceX and transformed the aerospace industry. He once said, "When something is important enough, you do it even if the odds are not in your favor." Could it be that every attempt to break a chosen one becomes the ignition point for their greatest leap forward? In Musk's case, the season meant to end him became the launch pad that carried his vision beyond Earth. And doesn't that show us that the enemy's most desperate strike is often the trigger for our greatest breakthrough? But history also offers stark warnings about the reverse side of this law. One notorious example is Joseph McCarthy, the U.S. senator who led a campaign of fear and false accusations during the Red Scare. For a time, his power seemed absolute, but his reckless tactics eventually turned public opinion against him. Stripped of influence and disgraced, he died politically isolated. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. Proverbs 26:27. The higher the wall of deception, the harder the collapse when truth kicks it down. And in McCarthy's case, the fall was so complete that his name became synonymous with the very injustice he once wielded. God's justice system does not operate on human timelines, but it is exact in its execution. "Vengeance is mine, I will repay," says the Lord. Romans 12:19. That's why the chosen are called to hold their peace and stay their course, trusting that heaven's court is in session even when earth seems silent. Like a seed under the soil, judgment is hidden from view until its appointed time, but when it sprouts, its roots run deep and its reach is undeniable. The waiting can be uncomfortable, but it is in this waiting that strength, faith, and patience are refined. And by the time the verdict falls, it will be both undeniable and irreversible. The return impact of this spiritual boomerang is often greater than the original throw, for with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Luke 6:38. Those who sow generosity and truth will see an overflow of blessing. Those who sow deceit and harm will reap a multiplied harvest of their own making. The spiritual law at work here is like the law of resonance in physics. Whatever frequency you emit will eventually sink back with you, stronger and more defined. It's not magic. It's alignment. Heaven aligns the harvest to the seed, ensuring no one receives what they didn't plant. And when the return finally comes, it will leave no doubt about where it originated. Rise, chosen one. Refuse to waste your energy on revenge. Your job is to plant the right seeds. Walk in integrity, and let God handle the harvest. The curse meant for you is already circling back to its sender, and the blessing meant for you is already on its way. Stand firm, because every moment you remain unmoved is another step closer to your divine vindication. And when it comes, It won't just restore what you lost. It will elevate you beyond what you imagined possible. There is a shield over the chosen that is not made of steel or stone. It is woven from prayer, obedience, and the covenant of God. The Lord is faithful, and he will strengthen you and protect you from the evil one. 2 Thessalonians 3:3. This protection often works in silence, moving behind the scenes, redirecting attacks before they even reach you. Have you ever wondered why certain disasters you feared never actually touched you? The answer is that heaven's defense system works like the deep ocean currents, unseen, yet powerful enough to change the course of entire storms. Even when enemies think they have a perfect strike planned, the hand of God shifts the winds. This shield does not promise the absence of challenges. It promises survival and eventual triumph, just like the alpine trees that bend under heavy snow but do not break. The chosen bend under trials, but rise again when the weight melts away. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all. Psalm 34:19. The bending is part of the process. It keeps your roots anchored deeper into faith while your enemies believe they've pushed you to the ground. But the moment the thaw comes, you rise taller, greener, and stronger than before. In literature, we see this truth mirrored in Victor Hugo's Les Misérables. Jean Valjean is hunted relentlessly by Inspector Javert. Yet every pursuit ultimately leads Valjean closer to his redemption and mission. The very force meant to destroy him becomes the catalyst for his moral and spiritual victory. Isn't that exactly how divine protection works? The pursuit doesn't vanish, but it is transformed into a pathway that still leads you to your calling. For the chosen, resistance becomes refinement. Nature itself preaches this principle. The pearl is not formed without the irritation of the grain of sand, and the butterfly does not fly without first wrestling against the cocoon. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17 is not a poetic exaggeration. It's the structural law of the kingdom. The weapon may be formed. It may even be aimed. But the breath of God shifts its trajectory. What was meant to pierce you falls harmlessly to the ground or strikes back at the one who sent it. The silent shield also works in timing. It may hold back the full force of the battle until you have gathered enough wisdom, allies, and spiritual maturity to face it without breaking. In that sense, it operates like the conductor of a symphony, delaying certain notes until the perfect moment, so the music lands with maximum impact. The chosen are not protected just from the enemy. They are protected from facing certain storms before they are equipped to walk through them. So keep walking in obedience, because your silence is not weakness. It is a strategic stillness under divine cover. You are not avoiding the fight. You are letting the architect of heaven decide when, where, and how the confrontation will happen. And when it does, it will be on ground he has chosen, not your enemies. Stand firm. The shield is still in place, and every arrow that fails to touch you is proof that your destiny remains untouched. There comes a divine moment in the architecture of a chosen one's journey when the entire structure of your story shifts suddenly, irreversibly. In structural mechanics, it's like the release of a counterweight in a grand clock tower. Years of hidden tension stored in gears and pulleys. And then, in a single moment, the balance changes, and the whole system moves in harmony. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. But have you realized that sometimes the very pressure crushing you is the exact force God is using to catapult you into a higher realm? God works with the precision of a celestial engineer, aligning every beam, arch, and invisible foundation until the resonance of his plan is perfect. The reversal is like the moment a great violin, silent for centuries, in a museum finally meets the hands of a master musician. With one perfect stroke of the bow, the room fills with sound, so pure it feels eternal. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Psalm 30:5. And when that sound bursts forth in your life, will you be ready to walk through the doors it unlocks? From a psychological perspective, this shift resembles a cognitive reframe. When the mind reorganizes its patterns and what was once seen as a limitation becomes the seed of authority, what your enemies mocked as fragility becomes the steel framework of your rise. History is rich with examples. Nikola Tesla, the visionary inventor, spent much of his life overshadowed, dismissed, and even sabotaged by others in his field. Yet the same innovations they rejected became the backbone of modern electrical systems, proof that a rejection today can be the foundation of a revolution tomorrow. Could it be that your present, buried season is hiding the very blueprint of your future influence? The Bible reinforces this in the story of Moses, cast into the river as a baby to escape death. Raised in the house of Pharaoh, his early life looked like a scattered, mismatched puzzle. Yet God was positioning him as the deliverer of an entire nation. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. In modern times, consider J.K. Rowling, rejected by a dozen publishers, living on welfare, and battling depression. She could have abandoned her manuscript and faded into anonymity. Instead, she turned her struggle into story, birthing the Harry Potter series that would captivate the globe. The same pages that were dismissed as unmarketable became the foundation of a literary empire, proving that what the world labels as failure can become the very blueprint for destiny, for the chosen ones. Reversal is never random. It's a divine equation where every loss is multiplied into a greater gain. Every delay was a stress test. Every betrayal, a calibration. Every humiliation, a deliberate excavation for the foundation God was laying. And when the reversal arrives, it will not be a quiet affair. It will be the sudden blaze of arena lights, revealing that the battlefield you endured has now become your coronation stage. So stand unshaken. Even when the weight feels unbearable, the master builder is about to shift the balance. And when he does, the very people who tried to dismantle your structure will have no choice but to enter through the gates you designed. Every chapter, every scar, every night you thought you wouldn't make it, he was there. He saw the traps they set, the lies they whispered, the weapons they formed, and yet, here you are, standing in a place they swore you'd never reach. This is not survival. This is divine proof that no curse can override the covenant of the chosen. The fate of those who crossed you, it is already written in the courts of heaven. And justice is not delayed, it is precise. But your future, it is being carved in light, with hands that do not tremble. You carry the architecture of God's own kingdom within you, and no one can evict you from it. As Isaías 54:17 declares, no weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. End of tribe. From this moment, do not walk like someone recovering, walk like someone reigning. Lift your head, steady your shoulders, and step as though the ground itself is honored to carry you. Speak it aloud in the comments. I am chosen. I am covered. I am unstoppable. Let your declaration ripple through realms seen and unseen. If this word has struck something deep in your spirit, like it so more chosen ones can be awakened, share it with the warriors who need to remember their armor. Subscribe so you never miss a word that could shift the entire trajectory of your life. To those who have sown into this work through super thanks, your generosity is seen, and it multiplies in ways you cannot yet imagine. And to every silent listener, every faithful watcher, your presence is a seed, and heaven will water it. May the God who chose you before the world began bless you with wisdom that blinds your enemies, peace that disarms every attack, and favor that overflows into generations yet unborn. Go now, not as the one who survived, but as the one who reigns. Your rise is not coming, it is here. Tonight, under the Pisces full moon, the sky isn't just glowing, it's watching. The air hums with a charge you can feel in your bones, and every shadow seems to lean closer. This is the kind of night where one touch, even a friendly hand, could slip something into your spirit that doesn't belong to you. And once it's in, it doesn't leave easily. Pisces is the keeper of dreams and illusions, and tonight its gates are wide open. Your aura is exposed, magnetic, vulnerable, drawing in energies you can't see, but will feel for weeks to come. This isn't fear-mongering. This is your warning. Before I tell you why this particular moon carries a danger unlike any other, I want you to seal your spirit drop 777-inch the comments as your shield. And to those who have been sowing into this mission through super thanks, you are the lifeline that keeps these messages reaching the ones who need them most. Stay right here, because in a moment, I'm going to uncover the truth. No one else is saying the hidden reason you must guard yourself tonight, and the one mistake that could rewrite your path in ways you never saw coming. God's chosen ones. Never let them lay a finger on you tonight. Pisces full moon danger. When the light of this full moon floods the earth, it does not simply touch your skin like a passing breeze. It pierces deeper, sliding past the flesh, winding into your aura, and resonating through the delicate architecture of your nervous system. It begins to recalibrate the very frequency of your thoughts, rewriting the hidden language your soul has been whispering to itself since birth. And this is not just any full moon, it's in Pisces, under the mysterious influence of the deep waters, carrying the undercurrent of intuition and the secrets that lie beneath. The Bible reminds us, the spirit of man is the lamp of the Lord, searching all his innermost parts. Proverbs 20:27. Could it be that tonight, God himself is searching you more deeply than ever? Pisces is a sign ruled by Neptune, but in this cosmic hour, its path is crossed by the disruptive touch of Uranus, the planet of awakening, upheaval, and sudden transformation. This means you won't be invited into quiet reflection with gentle whispers. No, this energy will shake the pillars of your reality, wake you in the dead of night, and in some cases, tear you from the familiar illusions you've been clinging to. Think of the prophet Jonah, who resisted God's call until a violent storm and a great fish altered his path forever. Jonah 1:17. Will you recognize the storm as a rescue, or mistake it for destruction? If you've been living on autopilot, expect this night to slam the brakes on your routine with the force of a stone striking still water, sending ripples into every corner of your life. Physically, the first signs of this lunar intensity may surprise you, a sudden ringing in your ears as if the heavens are whispering, a heaviness in your chest as though your spirit is carrying an invisible weight, or an unshakable urge to be alone without knowing why. The psalmist wrote, "Be still and know that I am God." Psalm 46:10. Yet in that stillness, will you hear his voice or let other voices creep in? In moments like these, your nervous system transforms into a living antenna, scanning not just the air but the unseen realms. Your dreams may ignite with strange, vivid imagery: a river running uphill, a door without a key, a voice calling your name. Just as Joseph in Egypt interpreted Pharaoh's dreams to unlock a nation's destiny, Genesis 41 to 15:16. These symbols may carry instructions for your future, but here lies the urgency. When your spiritual gates are this wide open, anything that touches you physically or emotionally imprints deeper than usual. History has shown us the danger of letting the wrong energy in. The artist Caravaggio, a genius of light and shadow, often surrounded himself with violent, unstable companions. This environment eventually pulled him into a spiral of conflict, exile, and a violent death, proof that even the most gifted can be destroyed by toxic proximity. And on the opposite spectrum, think of Mother Teresa, who guarded her inner space fiercely, ensuring only those who carried love and service could stand close to her. Which company will you keep when the moonlight exposes every hidden motive? And beware of the subtle villains, those who appear harmless but carry frequencies that corrode your soul over time. In 16th century France, Charles de Louviers de Maurevert, a royal court advisor and assassin, gained influence through flattery while secretly orchestrating betrayals. His counsel slowly twisted the king's judgment, driving the realm into bloody conflict. He did not strike with a sword in open battle. He poisoned the kingdom with whispers. This is how the wrong touch under a Pisces full moon can work not immediate ruin, but a delayed spiritual corrosion that you only notice when it's too late. That's why tonight is not the night for casual encounters, careless conversations, or soaking in chaotic atmospheres. Even a warm hug from the wrong person can shift your spiritual resonance. It's like changing the blueprint of a cathedral mid-construction. The slightest alteration to the foundation changes the entire structure. And as Jesus warned, do not give dogs what is holy, and do not throw your pearls before pigs. Matthew 7-6. This is your call to guard your gates. Chosen one, to walk as Nehemiah walked, rebuilding the walls with one hand on the stone and the other on the sword. Nehemiah 4:17. You are not fragile, you are sacred architecture, and sacred things are never left unprotected. Tonight, stand, shielded and unshakable. Declare it over yourself now. No hand unassigned by God will touch me. Rise in your authority, because under this moon, the battle for your frequency is real, and you will not be moved. This is also why even the smallest disagreements, a passing remark said in irritation, or a sudden spark of misunderstanding, can ripple far beyond the moment. Under the Pisces full moon, emotions are not fleeting, they are archived. They settle into the soul the way sediment settles into the deepest parts of a riverbed, compacting over time until it becomes part of the landscape. Scripture reminds us, death and life are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. If this night your words carry the weight of frustration, will you be planting seeds that grow into thorn bushes or into vineyards? The energy of this moon doesn't just pass through you, it records you. Pisces holds emotional imprints like a divine data bank, replaying them in the theater of your life until the lesson is complete. If you feed it bitterness, you will meet bitterness again. But if you fill it with gratitude, even in hardship, Streams of unexpected blessing begin to flow back. This is much like how a forest responds to rain. The soil remembers the nourishment. And months later, the wildflowers bloom where once there was dust. As the Apostle Paul wrote, "Whatever one sows, that will he also reap." Galatians 6-7. Could tonight be the planting of a field you will walk through for the next year, energetically? This moon stands as a culmination point, a sacred checkpoint in the architecture of your spiritual journey. Everything you've been constructing since the new moon in Pisces earlier this year is now coming into alignment. Like the final stone placed into a great arch that has been months in the making, the relationships you've poured into, the projects you've carried, the dreams you've nurtured, even the hidden battles you've fought under this light, they reveal their true nature. It is as though the great architect of heaven lifts the veil, showing the blueprint you've been following without even knowing it. And yet, are you ready for what will be revealed when the scaffolding comes down? This clarity can sting. Some truths will feel like loss, friendships that fade, plans that collapse, doors that close with finality. But in the kingdom, loss often hides the gift of freedom. The psalmist wrote, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Psalm 23:1. A reminder that what leaves you under his watch was never meant to imprison you. This is the paradox. The hand that removes also protects. And the path that narrows also leads to the wide open place. Nature shows this too, in the way a snake must shed its skin to keep growing, or the way a tree lets go of leaves in autumn so it can survive the winter. Spiritually, the Pisces full moon becomes a mirror more truthful than any human reflection. It does not display the mask you've worn in public, but the form you've been shaping in secret, the conversations you've had with God in the night, the silent victories over temptation, the prayers no one else knew you prayed. For some, this will be a holy confirmation that they have matured and healed. For others, it may feel like a stern but loving correction. And in this, I am reminded of a line from the 1950 French Catholic play Le Voyageur sans bagage, The Traveler Without Luggage, by Jean Anouilh, where the protagonist realizes that stripping away false identities is the only way to find peace. Could this moon be your moment to put down the baggage you've carried for years? And so, chosen one, the question is no longer whether the moon will reveal, but whether you will respond. Will you align your spirit so heaven's reflection is clear, or will you turn away and let the mirror cloud over again? You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. Stand, not in fear of what you might see, but in reverence for the God who shows it. This is your unveiling, your hour to rise. For others, this night will feel less like comfort and more like a mirror they've been avoiding. For far too long, a sudden and unignorable call to return to the path they were meant to walk. But make no mistake, this is not punishment. This is alignment. The Creator is not demanding flawlessness. He is inviting truth. The call is simple, yet piercing. Stop concealing what you already know in the chambers of your spirit. Jesus said, "For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest." Luke 8:17. Could it be that tonight is when the hidden becomes unshakably visible? One of the most profound and, yes, confronting aspects of the Pisces full moon is its resonance with the collective frequency field, a concept both spiritual and scientific. Imagine the human family as a vast web of interconnected tuning forks. Strike one, and the vibration travels across the lattice. That means your personal alignment is not a private event. It sends waves through the human resonance chamber we all share. If one member suffers, all suffer together. If one member is honored, all rejoice together. 1 Corinthians 12:26. What wounds you heal under this light may trigger cascades of healing in others you've never met. But the opposite is also true. Fear, anger, and bitterness are like introducing a drop of dye into a clear fountain. It spreads far beyond your sight. This is why your energy under this moon is not just precious, it's architecturally significant in the divine blueprint. You are a keystone in an arch. Remove your stability, and the structure above you shifts. This is not the hour to test your endurance by standing in collapsing buildings. It is the time to relocate to higher ground. Protect your atmosphere with the same vigilance an engineer uses when testing the tensile strength of a bridge cable, because in this cosmic season, your stability is a load-bearing element in the kingdom. Spend these hours in places that lift you, nature that breathes life into your cells, stillness that recalibrates your nervous system, music that strikes chords of holiness in your heart, art that expands the cathedral of your mind. Avoid rooms thick with manipulation, conversation laced with envy, or spaces that feel like they drain the oxygen from your lungs. As the psalmist prayed, "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me." Psalm 51:10. Can you sense which spaces make your spirit rise and which make it sink? History gives us proof of what happens when alignment is preserved. Corrie ten Boom, the Dutch watchmaker who hid Jews from the Nazis during World War II, often spoke of how guarding her inner peace in God allowed her to transmit courage to others, even in a concentration camp. Her energy became a beacon in a place designed to break souls. If her light could shine there, what excuse does any of us have to let ours dim in lesser darkness? Signs will arrive now if you've been seeking them. They may come as repeating numbers on a clock, a stranger's comment that answers a prayer you haven't voiced aloud, or a sudden inner pull to change direction. These are not random, they are coordinates in your divine navigation system. Jesus promised her, "My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me." John 10:27. Will you follow the pull, or will you stay anchored in a harbor that's already sinking? So guard your gates. Chosen one. This is your responsibility and your authority. Stand as a lighthouse built on bedrock, not as a candle trembling in the wind. Watch over your heart with all diligence, for from it flow the springs of life. Proverbs 4:23. Tonight, protect your frequency, shield your purpose, and walk in the clarity God is laying before you, because under this moon, the ripples you create will touch shores you may never see, but heaven will. They are heaven's way of confirming that your spirit is in alignment with the flow of God's timing. And remember, the energy of Pisces cares nothing for stale systems. It dissolves boundaries, rewrites inner scripts, and births visions no one saw coming. If you find yourself making a choice under this moon that even shocks you, trust it. That's the point. The Apostle Paul wrote, "Be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Romans 12:2. Could it be that your own surprise is the evidence of your renewal? You are not placed on this earth to endlessly recycle the past. You are here to partner with the Creator in writing a reality that has never existed before. And here's the truth most won't speak. This Pisces full moon is not only about release, it's about activation. Yes, many will talk about letting go, burning the old, and closing doors. That's part of it. But that's only the first act in a far greater story. The other act, the one ancient prophets and mystics understood, is the moment where the fire you thought was ending something is actually igniting the next thing. Jesus said, I have come to bring fire on the earth, and how I wish it were already kindled. Luke 12:49. Will you recognize the spark when it lands? This moon doesn't just illuminate obstacles, it charges the path ahead with deliberate precision, like a master painter adding a single stroke that changes the whole canvas. Pisces is the sign of visionaries, those unafraid to swim into waters others call too deep. In history, Florence Nightingale, the lady with the lamp, walked into the horrors of war-torn hospitals and brought light, literally and spiritually, into places everyone else avoided. She did not follow the safe route. She carved a new one, and in doing so, redefined nursing for the modern world. Could this be your lamp-bearing moment? But where there are visionaries, there are always shadow-bearers. In 18th century Venice, the corrupt merchant Marco Bragadin schemed to control trade routes, sabotaging rivals with forged documents and whispered lies. He masked his greed as strategy, yet his actions collapsed an entire shipping alliance, plunging families into poverty. This is what happens when someone answers a call from the darkness instead of the light. They become a doorway for destruction, not creation. Which voice will you answer under this moon? When the full moon rises in Pisces, it is not simply shining for beauty's sake. It is a cosmic signal flare declaring, here is the truth, here is the shift, here is the path you've been avoiding. Yet most will not respond. They'll see the light and treat it like a street lamp. They'll numb themselves with endless scrolling, with noise, with someone else's opinions drowning out the whisper of their own spirit. And in doing so, they will walk past the one doorway that could have led them into a life they barely dare to imagine. Chosen one, you are not meant to miss it. That's why you are here. That's why this word found you now. The psalmist wrote, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts. Psalm 95:7-8. This is your day. This is your invitation. Guard your hearing, sharpen your sight, and step toward the light while it still burns. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. The door is open. Walk through it before it closes. On the 8th of September, the Pisces full moon will merge with rare energy currents, streams of spiritual voltage that appear only once every few years, and for only a handful of days. These currents are not gentle breezes passing through. They are like deep ocean tides reshaping the shoreline of your soul. They do not simply cleanse you, they rewrite the software of your spirit, your nervous system, your cellular memory. Even the algorithm your subconscious uses to interpret reality, all of it is in motion, recoded under heaven's watch. Scripture says, behold, I am making all things new. Revelation 21:5. Could this be the night where your new begins? When your spiritual field is this open, you are in one of two states, deeply receptive to miracles or dangerously vulnerable to interference. It's like standing in an open meadow during a storm. Lightning can illuminate the night or strike without warning. This is why tonight is no time to waste your breath in arguments, to poison your spirit with gossip, to wander into spaces where the atmosphere is heavy, or to allow even those closest to you to plant seeds of fear in your mind. As Proverbs warns, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Which seeds will you allow to take root when the soil of your soul is this sensitive? The energy you take in now will harden like molten metal cooling into its final shape, locking into your frequency until the next major shift. Nature mirrors this in the way coral reefs crystallize from living organisms into ancient structures, holding their form for centuries. Once set, it becomes the architecture of your energy field, shaping how you move, how you speak, and what you attract. This is why discernment tonight is not optional, it is essential. You may already be feeling the signs, the quiet hum in your body when you are alone, as if your spirit has tuned into a frequency others can't hear, the sudden, unshakable, knowing that a certain chapter of your life has closed, even without visible evidence, or the irresistible pull to transform everything: your home, your relationships, your work, because the old atmosphere no longer feels breathable. These are not random moods, they are codes, activations, signals, divine encryption being unlocked in your spirit. Jesus promised it, "My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me." John 10:27. Will you follow the pull, or fight to stay in rooms that heaven has already emptied? Art has whispered of moments like this. In the 1972 Italian Catholic film Brother Sun, Sister Moon by Franco Zeffirelli, we see Saint Francis of Assisi awaken to a divine calling that compels him to strip away his old life entirely: wealth, family expectation, even his clothing, to step into the purity of God's purpose. The scene is not about loss, it's about spiritual reprogramming, about making room for a life that cannot be built on yesterday's foundation. Could it be that this moon is your own Saint Francis moment? The psalmist declared, "You will enlarge my path under me, so my feet will not slip." Psalm 18:36. Tonight, the path is widening, but only for those willing to let go of what narrows it. The hum you feel is not anxiety, it is the engine of your destiny turning over. The pull to change is not chaos, it is the architect of heaven redrawing your blueprint. This is your hour to step away from interference and into alignment, so that when these rare currents pass, you will be left not just cleansed, but transformed. And now, the final and perhaps most sobering truth. This moon is not merely shining, it is testing you. Yes, testing. But not like a harsh examiner waiting for your failure, rather like a master architect assessing the load-bearing walls of a cathedral before placing the final archstone. This test is not to punish you, but to measure your capacity to remain fully in the frequency God designed for you, even while the outer world trembles and rearranges itself. The crucible is for silver, and the furnace is for gold. But the Lord tests the heart. Proverbs 17:3. Can you stand steady while others spiral? Can you keep the compass of your spirit pointed true north when the magnetic storms of fear and chaos rage in the atmosphere? Can you recognize the clear, quiet tone of your inner voice, the one tuned to heaven's wavelength over the roar of the crowd? My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. If you can, then the doorway does not merely open, it swings wide, revealing not just a better version of life, but the truer one, the one your soul has been quietly engineering behind the scaffolding of your daily existence for years. In the days surrounding this moon, your energy will be in a state of rare superconductivity, highly sensitive, able to transmit divine frequencies with little resistance, yet equally susceptible to interference from the smallest distortion. This is the moment to guard it, as though it were the rarest treasure in the cosmos. Psychologists might call this heightened neuroplasticity, a state where the patterns you allow in can quickly imprint on your subconscious, altering your decision-making for months or even years. Which patterns will you let become permanent in the architecture of your soul? Do not allow anyone to touch you physically, verbally, or spiritually. Not their hands, not their half-truths, not their unprocessed doubts disguised as care. The atmosphere will be charged, ionized like the air before lightning strikes. Most people will be carrying invisible currents, fragments of fear, envy, grief, searching for a place to discharge. If you are unshielded, they will find you. If your gates are open, they will take root. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Even in the secular world, there are those who have mastered this kind of protection. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor and theologian who resisted the Nazi regime, spoke of the necessity of guarding the inner sanctuary of the soul against propaganda and fear. He understood that when the world around you is infected with spiritual toxins, one careless opening can undo years of inner fortification. If he could hold his alignment under that level of darkness, what excuse do we have under a mere test of energy? And if you think this is overly cautious, remember, in the laws of physics, even the smallest flaw in a resonating structure can lead to catastrophic collapse once the frequency is amplified. A single crack in a bridge beam, left unexamined, can lead to the failure of the entire span. Spiritually, the same is true. Under this moon, your frequency is being amplified. Will it carry the song heaven wrote for you? Or will it echo with static from voices that never should have been allowed in? The psalmist wrote, "He only is my rock and my salvation, I shall not be greatly shaken." Psalm 62:2. To live this truth now, you must act as the guardian of your own gates. This is the still point between two eras of your life. Like the quiet interval between rounds in a championship fight, a pause where breath is caught, focus is sharpened, and the next strike is chosen one. The test is here, and the stakes are far greater than you realize. The air hums with the voltage of transformation. Will you protect your field and walk through the door that leads to your truest life? Or will you let unguarded moments anchor you to a future that was never meant to be yours? Be on your guard. Stand firm in the faith. Be courageous. Be strong. 1 Corinthians 16:13. Stand now, because if you can hold your frequency here, nothing on the other side will be able to move you. This is why you cannot linger in rooms where the air feels heavy, where conversation leaves your spirit tired instead of alive. Why must you step back from voices that knot your chest and make your breath shallow? Why must you cut the invisible cords others try to cast over you? The subtle hooks disguised as care, but meant to bind. Stand firm, then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. Galatians 5:1. Under this moonlight, your field becomes a beacon, a bright, unmistakable signal in the spiritual night, and like a lighthouse, it will call in whatever matches its light. The question is, will it call in ships carrying treasure, or ones carrying wreckage? When the instinct rises to withdraw, to step out under the open sky, barefoot in the grass, and feel the earth steady, you honor it. When the urge to let the silver-gold fire of the full moon wrap you in a shield so complete that nothing can pierce you comes, follow it. The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. This is not isolation, it is calibration. The energy spiraling upward from your spine, bursting out through your crown into the night, is not scattering, it's stretching, reaching, and calling in the reality heaven already has prepared for you. There are those who understand this instinct deeply. Howard Thurman, the African-American theologian and mentor, to Martin Luther King Jr., often spoke of the inward sea that must be kept free from the storms of the world. He withdrew regularly into silence, not to hide from life, but to return fortified to it. His stillness became the place where movements were birthed. If he had allowed every voice to crowd that sacred inner place, the dreams God planted in him would have been drowned before they could set sail. Are you willing to guard your own inward sea with the same resolve? But not everyone uses influence for light. In 15th century Florence, the schemer Rinaldo degli Albizzi, once a political ally to the Medici, began weaving invisible threads of betrayal whispers, forged accusations, secret alliances. His poison didn't strike instantly. It worked like a slow rot in the beams of a great house. By the time the damage was visible, the city was on the edge of civil war. This is why, under a moon like this, cords from the wrong hands must be cut before they anchor into you. Do not give the devil a foothold. Ephesians 4:27. As you stand there beneath the charged glow, remember this: you are not hiding. You are fortifying. You are becoming the frequency the doorway was designed for. The resonance heaven built into your bones before you were born. And when the world comes knocking with its noise, you will not open the door in panic or defensiveness. You will simply keep walking toward what is yours. Untouched, unshaken, and incandescent in the glow of your own becoming. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. Because this moon is not casual. It is precise. It has chosen you for a reason. The currents moving now are ancient. They remember you. They have been here before, and they know exactly what you came here to do. If you can remain sovereign in your own field, while the collective sways and shudders, you will not just survive this activation, you will embody it. Every cell in your body will begin to hum at a higher octave. The path ahead will no longer be something you imagine. It will start pulling you forward like gravity, and you will notice how certain doors open with no effort at all, while others close so firmly it is as if they never existed. This is not chance. This is alignment. So protect your light. Speak only what you want, echoed back to you. Let the ones who cannot hold your frequency fall away without resistance. The moon is not asking you to save anyone this time. It is asking you to save yourself, to rise into the vision that has been waiting for you since before you were born. On the other side of this portal is a version of you that cannot be diminished. Because this moon is not casual, it is surgical in its precision. It has fixed its gaze on you, not by accident, but by divine appointment. The currents moving now are ancient streams in the river of time. They have flowed through generations, carrying the memory of your soul's assignment. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1-5. Could it be that what you are feeling now is not new energy at all, but the return of an old covenant? If you can remain sovereign in your own field, while the collective sways like a forest in high wind, branches snapping, leaves torn free, you will not merely endure this activation, you will embody it. Every cell in your body will begin to hum at a higher octave, like a great orchestra tuning to the pitch of heaven. The path ahead will no longer be a distant dream. It will pull you forward, with the inevitability of the moon pulling the tides. And have you noticed, certain doors will glide open without you pushing, while others will seal shut, so completely it will feel as though they were never there at all. What he opens, no one can shut, and what he shuts, no one can open. Revelation 3-7. This is not a coincidence. This is alignment, the magnetic field of your destiny coming into perfect calibration. Protect your light as fiercely as the eagle guards its nest high on the cliff, far from predators that cannot survive the altitude. Speak only what you want heaven to echo back into your life. For the tongue has the power of life and death. Proverbs 18:21. And when you feel people slipping away, understand this. The moon is not asking you to save them this time. It is asking you to save yourself. To rise without hesitation into the vision God scripted for you before the foundation of the world. Nature reflects this truth in countless ways. The monarch butterfly will not pause its migration to carry another creature that cannot fly. It follows the instinct written in its wings, knowing that survival depends on keeping to the path. Likewise, you must let go of those who cannot hold your frequency. Now, not in anger, but in trust that their own season will come. The psalmist wrote, "The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me." Psalm 138:8. And part of that purpose is knowing when to walk on without looking back. Even art has told this story. In the 1944 French Catholic film Les Anges du Péché, Angels of Sin, by Robert Bresson, a young woman enters a Dominican convent with a mission from God, only to learn that fulfilling it means surrendering every distraction and relationship that cannot walk with her into the calling. She does not hate what she leaves behind. She simply understands that carrying it would cost her the mission itself. Is that not the same choice now placed before you? On the other side of this portal is a version of you that fear cannot touch, distraction cannot weaken, and the weight of the past cannot bend. The question is, will you guard your sovereignty long enough for that version to emerge? Those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Ed by fear, distraction, or the weight of the past. Step into it. The moon is watching, and she will meet you there. And as the night deepens, you may feel it. The shift, the way the air changes, the way your thoughts seem to crystallize into something sharper, truer. That is the code settling in. That is the new pattern writing itself into your nervous system. It will not announce itself loudly. It will arrive quietly, like a secret that has been waiting for you to be still enough to hear it. And once you hear it, there is no going back. Chosen one. This full moon is not here to decorate the sky. It is here to rewire you, to burn away the scaffolding of an old self and anchor you into the frequency you were always meant to hold. It does not care for why. Step into it fully, deliberately. The moon is watching, and she will meet you where your courage dares to stand. And as the night deepens, you may sense it, the subtle shift, the imperceptible way the air changes, how your thoughts begin to crystallize into sharper, cleaner lines, as if sketched by the architect of heaven himself. This is the code settling in. This is the new pattern engraving itself into the neural pathways of your mind, much like a master mason setting keystones into place in the vaulted ceiling of a cathedral. For God is not a God of confusion, but of peace. 1 Corinthians 14:33. Could it be that this stillness you feel is not emptiness, but the sound of divine order being built within you? It will not come with sirens or fanfare. It will arrive quietly, like the turning of the tide at midnight, subtle but unstoppable, waiting for you to be still enough to hear it. And once you hear it, there will be no return to what you once were. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. Chosen one. This full moon has not been placed here to merely decorate the sky. It is an instrument of reconfiguration, a cosmic tuning fork, striking your soul to bring you into harmonic resonance with heaven's frequency. It will burn away the scaffolding of the self. You outgrew the false reinforcements you built to feel safe. the quiet compromises that kept you small but contained. In physics, this is like removing the dampers from a resonating system. The energy begins to flow freely, unmuted, unstoppable. Spiritually, it is the purifying fire the prophet spoke of. He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. Malachi 3:3. This moon is not concerned with your comfort. It is invested in your becoming. It will dismantle illusions you've carried like treasured heirlooms. Break the false agreements you made just to keep the peace, and uproot the subtle lies you told yourself to survive. What it plants in their place will be raw, alive, and unshakable, a core of truth that no storm can uproot. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. There are those who have walked this kind of transformation and lived to inspire nations. The American choreographer Martha Graham once said, "There is a vitality, a life force, an energy, and because there is only one of you in all time, this expression is unique." She understood that when the old scaffolding falls, it's not a collapse, it's a clearing for the structure God always intended. Her career shattered the rules of dance, not for rebellion's sake, but to let something truer move through her. Will you allow the same for your soul? You will feel this shift in your body, a sensation like the moment a bowstring is drawn to perfect tension, holding the stored energy of a coming release. In that moment, your spirit will register the truth. You are being anchored into the frequency you were always meant to hold. The psalmist declared, "The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and he helps me." Psalm 28:7. And when that anchoring is complete, you will walk differently, not because you are trying, but because you have been rewired at the deepest level. No illusion will fit. No false agreement will stick. No compromise will tempt you back into a smaller frame. This is not decoration. This is destiny, written into your very cells. Our comfort. It cares for your becoming. It will strip away the illusions you've been carrying, the false agreements you made just to feel safe, the quiet compromises that kept you small and in their place. It will plant something raw, alive, and unshakable. You will feel it in your body, the way certain names, places, and paths suddenly feel heavier, as if you're wearing a coat several sizes too small. Is no coincidence. That is because they no longer fit the shape God has been forming in you. The version of you stepping out of this lunar field cannot return to what drained her. She cannot keep pouring life into what was starving her in return. The old circuits, the emotional and spiritual wiring that once defined your choices, are breaking down, and new ones, forged in fire, are humming to life within you. Heaven whispers through the words of Isaiah that you must forget the former things and not dwell on the past, because he is doing something new in you right now. Could it be that what feels like loss is actually the sound of chains falling away? This full moon is more than a mirror. It is also a forge. Stand in her light, and you will not just see yourself, you will feel the heat shaping you into something truer, sharper, more unshakable. Not the self you package for the public, but the one heaven has been chiseling in secret while the world thought you were still. And once you see her, you cannot unsee her. You will either step forward into her fire or retreat into the comfort of the shadows, pretending the glimpse never happened. Like Matthew reminds us, the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. Will you stand, or will you shrink? History gives us examples of those who chose the fire. Artemisia Gentileschi, the Italian Baroque painter, endured betrayal, public humiliation, and personal trials that could have silenced her forever. Yet she painted through the pain, her canvases blazing with defiance and truth. She refused to return to the rooms that once tried to break her. Instead, she built new halls where her vision reigned. Isn't that the same choice before you now, to stop feeding what starves you and pour into what calls you higher? But there are also cautionary tales. In 16th century Spain, Antonio Perez, once trusted by King Philip II, let fear and ambition steer him. Given a moment to act with truth, he chose betrayal, believing it would secure his future. Instead, it led to exile, disgrace, and a name remembered not for honor but for treachery. Like the proverb warns, there is a way that appears to be right, but in the end it leads to death. How many destinies have been lost because the fire was refused? Moments like this are not common. The door will not stay open forever. The current will shift. What is being offered to you tonight may not return for years, if at all. This is why Isaiah urges you to seek the Lord while he may be found. Call on him while he is near. So guard your field as though your life depends on it. Because in many ways, it does. Protect your light from static, nuance, and the grasping hands that would pull you back into dim corridors you've already outgrown. And as you stand in this refining light, remember what Jesus said: "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." So that when the dawn finally comes, you rise as someone the old world can no longer contain. The doors that once held you in will have no locks strong enough, no chains heavy enough to keep you. And as you stand here, on this razor-edge threshold between what was and what will be, you should know what I am about to give you is no casual suggestion. In a moment, I will share with you a ritual for this full moon, simple, yet potent, rooted not in superstition, but in the deep language of resonance. These are drawn from the insights of seasoned observers of the heavens, people who have spent lifetimes tracing how lunar currents thread themselves into our bodies, our thoughts, and even the architecture of our spiritual fields. Scripture says, "The heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hands." Psalm 19:1. Could it be that these very currents were designed as messengers, carrying codes heaven planted for moments like this? You do not need exotic tools, ancient artifacts, or complicated ceremonies to align with a night like this. You only need presence, pure, undiluted presence. Yet presence has become the rarest currency of our time, buried under distraction, urgency, and noise. How many will miss this moment because they are looking down at a glowing screen instead of up at the glowing sky? How many will let the gift pass because they are too busy chasing what can never satisfy? When I share this ritual, understand it is more than a set of steps. It is a key, a way to open the locked gates of your awareness so the currents now moving can flow into you unhindered. It is a way to anchor the spiritual data this moon is impressing into your soul so it cannot be shaken loose by fear, dulled by distraction, or drowned by the static of other people's chaos. Like the fig tree that roots deeper in drought so it can bear fruit in its season, this practice will root the codes deep in your spirit. And when you perform it, know this: you are not alone. You are stepping into the same river as thousands of others tonight, each a spark in their own right, yet together forming a wildfire of awakening under one shared sky. For where 2 or 3 gather in my name, there am I with them. Matthew 18:20. You are part of a body moving in harmony. Though you may never meet face to face, art has told this story. In the 1950 Italian film Francesco, Giullare di Dio, Francis, God's jester, directed by Roberto Rossellini. St. Francis and his brothers stepped barefoot into the cold night to pray under the stars, feeling the wind on their skin as part of God's cathedral. It wasn't about grandeur, it was about presence, about letting creation itself be the altar. Is that not the same invitation this night offers you? So, here is what you do. When the moon is high and the night is still, step outside. Let the air kiss your skin like the breath of God over the waters. Feel the grass beneath your feet anchor you to the earth He formed. Lift your face to the light and know you are standing where heaven and earth meet. And nothing in all creation can take from you what is given in this moment. Stand in a place where the moon's light touches you directly, unfiltered, unbroken, unbent by glass or wall. Let the ancient silver rays meet your skin without resistance. This is not just light. It is the same reflection that danced upon the waters in Genesis 1:16, when God made the lesser light to rule the night. Close your eyes and truly register the ground beneath you, whether it is the solid resolve of stone, the living breath of earth, or the time-worn wisdom of wood. Each texture carries a language older than your fears. This is your reminder that you are held, anchored not just to soil, but to the Creator, who said in Isaiah 41:10, "Fear not, for I am with you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Oh, take 3 deliberate, unhurried breaths. Inhale, as if you are drawing in molten gold from the heavens, not merely as air, but as a living current, what physicists call constructive resonance, where frequencies align and amplify one another. Feel the moonlight's frequency tuning you like a harp string to the pitch of heaven. Exhale, and with it, surrender the excess, the accusing voices, the shadowed memories, the chains of doubt. Let them fall like meteor dust, harmless upon the soil, to be dissolved into nothing. What would your life look like if you could truly release what you've carried for years? When your breathing steadies, raise your face toward the moon. Speak not from your thoughts, but from the cathedral within your chest. This is where the Spirit meets your spirit, the Holy of Holies, within your mortal frame. Whisper the desires you are ready to call forth, not as a beggar fearing denial, but as an heir claiming an inheritance already decreed. And whatever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Mark 11:24. Imagine each word leaving your lips as a beam of light etched into the dark, absorbed by the night sky like ink on parchment. As you speak, remember the wisdom of British architect Sir Christopher Wren, who once said, "Architecture aims for eternity." Tonight, your words are the architecture of your destiny, laid stone by stone in the courts of heaven. You are not building with fragile timber, but with indestructible light. Each syllable locks into place like an archway, immovable, resonant, eternal. Now, place your right hand over your heart, and your left over your navel. Feel the heat there, a heat not merely of flesh, but of energy being stored in your body's living temple. Imagine the golden light descending into each cell, encoding its spiritual frequency like divine DNA. In that stillness, can you feel how the atmosphere around you has shifted? Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10 is no longer just a verse. It is the very state you now inhabit. Stay as long as the Spirit keeps you in this moment. There will be no alarm to tell you when to rise. The stillness itself will let you know when the shift is complete. When you open your eyes, you will not be the same as when you closed them, because heaven has heard, and the frequency has been set. This is your night to stand unmoved, to guard the sacred circuitry God has placed in you. If you feel the call, Declare it now. You are not merely surviving under this moon, you are resonating at the pitch of victory. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. The danger passes when the chosen stand firm. Tonight, stand, chosen one. This is not just a ritual. It is your alignment with heaven's blueprint. Stand tall, because no one has the right to touch what God has sealed. Lift your voice in the comments. My spirit is untouchable. My destiny is already written. That quiet click deep within your spirit, the one that tells you it is finished, isn't imagination. It is the echo of what Jesus meant in John 19:30 when he declared, "It is finished." Tonight, when you step back inside, resist the urge to plunge into noise and distraction. Keep your spiritual field clear, like a watchman on the wall who will not abandon his post. Avoid heavy conversations that anchor you back into battles already won. Instead, pour yourself water that has bathed in the moonlight. Drink it slowly, as though you are taking in a living covenant. Let your body settle into rest, not because the fight is over, but because the victory has already been decreed in heaven. This moment is not about flawless execution, it is about your presence before the Lord. The moon does not demand perfection. She calls for awareness. What happens when you meet her radiance with the undivided gaze of your soul? She meets you back, not with fleeting sparks, but with light that remains long after sunrise. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. That is the kind of exchange that changes your course forever. But beware, history is filled with those who broke alignment too soon. The late motivational speaker Jim Rohn once said, "Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. When you cut the process short, you collapse the bridge before your feet ever reach the other side." On the opposite end of the spectrum, think of the character Macbeth from Shakespeare's tragedy, a man who could not wait for destiny's timing. Seizing power by blood and deceit, in grasping what was not yet his, he set in motion his own undoing. That is the fate of those who cannot wait for the divine unfolding. They build their kingdoms on sand, and the tide comes for them without mercy. When your ritual tonight is complete, resist the temptation to demand instant proof. God's movements are not bound to the clock you wear on your wrist. The shift you've set in motion is traveling through layers of your being, layers your mind cannot track. It is the unseen realm at work. Like the slow turning of tectonic plates beneath the ocean, you cannot see the motion. But when the wave comes, nothing can stand in its path. For we walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5-7. And when the changes begin to surface, they will often come subtly, a conversation that feels lighter than it should, as if a burden has been lifted from the air, an opportunity appearing from what seemed like thin air, a sudden, piercing clarity about a decision that has haunted you for months. What if these aren't coincidences, but the first visible ripples of the threadwork God began tonight? What if your quiet yes to his timing has already rewritten the map of your future? The moon's work, God's work in this moment, is silent, deliberate, unstoppable. It dissolves pathways that can no longer bear your weight and draws new roads toward you. You don't have to chase it. You simply have to remain aligned, as a tree planted by streams of water, Psalm 1-3. Trusting the roots you've put down tonight. Chosen one. This is not the night to be touched, swayed, or distracted. It is the night to be sealed. If this word stirred something inside you, lift your voice in the comments. My light is guarded. My path is protected. These moments you're experiencing are not random. They are not coincidences drifting on the wind. They are resonant echoes, ripples from the frequency you locked into under her light. Much like how a bell continues to hum after being struck, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Guard this resonance as you would guard a seed in the earliest days of spring, tender, unbreakable, hidden in the soil until it's time. Because as this energy fuses into your spirit, the tests will still come. Old patterns will knock, wearing the familiar clothes of comfort, nostalgia, and the false safety of your past. People will stretch their hands toward you, not to bless, but to draw from the glow they can feel radiating from you. And what will you do when the warmth you've built is suddenly met with cold, grasping fingers? What will you choose when the very peace you cultivated becomes someone else's target? Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. This is when you must remember, you were not reborn to be drained. You were set alight to burn from within. Carry that flame forward, as the lighthouse carries its beam unmoved by the waves that crash at its base. Let it alter the cadence of your voice, the sharpness of your choices, the stillness in your stance when you walk into a room. The mountain does not tremble when the wind howls, neither should you. Can you feel how different you already are from the one who stood under the moon's first rising? Nature teaches this truth well. When a snake sheds its skin, it does not pause to mourn the layer it leaves behind. It moves forward, armored in the new. When a river finds a boulder in its path, it does not retreat. It curves and carves its way around, reshaping the land itself. And so it will be with you. The old rules, those unspoken limitations, are no longer the architecture you live inside. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone. The new is here. 2 Corinthians 5:17. This truth is echoed even in art. In the opera Cavalleria Rusticana by Pietro Mascagni, the rising tension is not in the loudest scenes, but in the quiet, deliberate moments before the inevitable change, when you know the next note will alter everything. The same is true for this night. The full moon will slip from the sky soon enough, but the imprint she leaves within you, that is yours to keep. Will you feed it? Will you live from it? Will you allow it to grow until even the storms bow to its steadiness? Because if you do, you'll realize what began tonight was never confined to one lunar cycle. This was not just a moment. It was the ignition of every season still ahead. The Lord will be your everlasting light, and your days of sorrow will end. Isaiah 60:20. And in each of those seasons, you will meet the future, unshaken, luminous, and impossibly awake. Chosen one, this is your sealing. Declare it now in the comments. I guard my light. I walk in unshakable radiance. And so, as this night begins, its slow unfurling into morning, let this be the truth that follows you, like your own shadow. You are not leaving the full moon behind. You are carrying her forward. The codes she has traced upon your spirit are not mere symbols. They are living algorithms written in light, like the unseen blueprint of a cathedral whose spires rise toward heaven before a single stone is laid. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. These codes will not fade. They will pulse through every breath, every step, every word you speak, infusing even your silences with weight. From this moment on, you have been lit from within. You have been activated. In the language of physics, you have reached a new resonance, your inner frequency now vibrating at a pitch that draws what is aligned and repels what is not. How will you walk now? Knowing the light inside you is both a compass and a gate. How will you speak? Now that your words carry the weight of creation itself. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. And you have been entrusted with a fire that cannot be carelessly spent. Your life will now reorganize itself around this light. The people who remain will be those who can stand in it without flinching. Much like seasoned stonemasons who know how to work beneath the full glare of the sun without losing their precision. The opportunities that appear will match your new frequency, resonating like perfectly tuned strings in an orchestra, while the ones that once seemed attractive will now feel discordant, hollow. The places you will be called to next will not be chosen by human logic. They will be the coordinates of divine architecture, where your presence is a keystone in God's design. The steps of a righteous man are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37:23. In these places, you will not be wasted. You will be poured out with purpose, filling spaces that were prepared for you long before you knew they existed. But the enemy is subtle, and his last weapon is doubt. There will be moments tomorrow, next week, perhaps in the quiet hours before dawn, when the noise of the world will whisper, "Nothing happened tonight. You imagined it. You are the same as before." And in those moments, will you crumble, or will you remember? This is the final test before the new season fully locks in. The old world will always attempt to reclaim what it has lost, much like a crumbling empire, making one last desperate march before its collapse. The entrepreneur and innovator Nikola Tesla once remarked, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." Tonight, your frequency shifted, and the old systems can feel it slipping from their grasp. Smile at the world when it tries to lure you back into its gravity. Thank it for the lessons. But keep moving forward. The runner in the final lap of a race does not stop to negotiate with the crowd. They fix their eyes on the finish line and let the roar behind them fade. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Isaiah 43:18-19. And as you walk, carry this, knowing like armor, you are no longer who you were when the moon first rose. You have crossed a threshold that cannot be uncrossed. The light is yours now, not borrowed, not temporary, but a permanent inheritance sealed in heaven. Hold it, guard it, live from it. Chosen one, this is your moment to step forward without looking back. Write it now in the comments. My light is sealed. My steps are aligned. My past cannot reclaim me. That you are not the same as you were yesterday, and you will not be the same tomorrow. What has been set in motion tonight is already reweaving the unseen architecture of your life. Keep your rituals close, as a shepherd keeps watch over his flock in the night. Luke 2:8. Keep your boundaries sharper than a double-edged sword. Hebrews 4:12. For the glow you carry will attract both the worthy and the unworthy. Do not feel the need to explain your light to those still content with darkness. Can a blind man understand the sunrise simply because you describe it? Pour your strength into what expands you. What makes your spirit feel taller? Your vision wider? Your heart anchored? And if something feels like contraction, dimming, or the shrinking of who you are in God, release it without ceremony. Do not be yoked together with unbelievers. 2 Corinthians 6:14. For what harmony can light have with darkness? The late Maya Angelou, poet and civil rights icon, once said, "I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it." This is your posture now changed, but not diminished. Wounded, perhaps, but still radiant. Yet there is a warning in the story of Judas Iscariot. He walked with the light of the world, and still sold him for silver. His betrayal was not a sudden act, but a slow surrender to small compromises until his heart no longer recognized truth. Will you guard your spirit when the temptations come quietly? Dressed in the voice of a friend, when the next moon rises, and the one after that. You will not greet them as you once did. You will meet them as one who knows how to receive without guilt, to protect without fear, to rise without apology. Arise, shine, for your light has come, Isaiah 60:1. And when the world asks you to bow, will you remember the night heaven taught you to stand? This full moon was never just about release or activation. It was about remembering a reconnection to the truth that you have always been luminous. Even when the seasons turned cold and the nights stretched long, even in your winters, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. So, walk forward with the certainty that you have crossed a threshold no man can close. The path ahead is charged with divine intention. Will you walk it as though every step is already written in the book of life? Will you face the coming tests as one who knows they are already victorious? Eyes forward, heart open, your spiritual field blazing with the fire of everything you came here to become. And when the glow of this full moon begins to soften, do not try to chain yourself to it. Even the brightest constellations do not remain fixed forever. They turn with the clockwork of the heavens. Each movement, part of a greater geometry. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. Ecclesiastes 3:1. The moon herself is a living testament to this truth. She moves. She shifts. She disappears. And then she returns in a new form. And so must you. This is not a night to freeze in the memory of what you felt, but to let that feeling become kinetic energy, propelling you into new orbits. The physicist would call it momentum. The architect of heaven calls it transformation. The current will pass. The portal will close. But what will you carry into tomorrow from this alignment? What will you allow to change in the architecture of your life because of what you received tonight? Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2 is not a suggestion. It is the blueprint for a life that keeps evolving long after the moment has passed. If you have stood in her light without resistance, if you have let her frequency pass through you like a tuning fork aligning to its perfect pitch, the change will remain. The full moon is not asking you to grasp. It is asking you to surrender, to trust that what has been activated will continue to expand through every choice, every word, every breath. What would your life look like if your very breathing became a living ritual? In the words of Leonardo da Vinci, the great mind of the Renaissance, who merged art, science, and invention, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Tonight's work is simple. In its essence, stand open, receive fully, and trust deeply. You will not need to remember the steps. You will embody them until they become the silent architecture beneath everything you do. Do not fear the quiet that follows this night. Do not mistake the absence of visible light for the absence of growth. In physics, the most important structural shifts often happen in the phase where energy moves beneath the surface. In agriculture, the most powerful work of a seed happens not in the light, but in the hidden dark, its roots digging down before its first leaf rises up. We walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5-7. So, when the days ahead feel still, when the light is less obvious, know that the work is settling in. This is when the seeds planted under her fire begin to root in the unseen soil of your spirit. And when they break the surface, will you recognize them as the answers you once prayed for? Will you remember that they began here, in this night, under this light, being confident of this very thing, that he which hath begun a good work in you will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ? Philippians 1-6. The light may move on in the sky, but the work continues in you, steady, quiet, unstoppable. And when the tide pulls back and the new day rises, you will see clearly the real transformation was never in the moon, nor in the ritual, but in the courage it awakened in you. The moon was only the mirror, the work, the letting go, the standing in light. That was all you. What left your hands tonight was never yours to keep. And what remains is exactly what heaven knew you could carry into the next chapter. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion. Philippians 1-6. So walk forward, not as someone chasing a moment, but as someone who has become the moment. The tide has taken the dead weight, the faded voices, the shadows that clung to you for too long, and now, in your grasp, is the seed of the next season alive, glowing, and ready to grow roots in your faith. If this word resonated in your spirit, let it be more than something you heard. Let it be something you declare. Like this video, so it can reach other chosen ones who need this truth. Share it with someone standing at their own threshold. And comment the words, "My new season begins now," so we can agree together in faith. Subscribe to join a community that refuses to bow to fear, that walks in light, and that protects what God has sealed within us. To every person here, whether you've supported through super thanks or simply by your presence and attention, know that you are valued beyond measure. Your listening is not just an action, it is a participation in something eternal. May you step into tomorrow with a spine of steel and a heart of flesh, eyes that see beyond the visible, and hands that hold blessings that cannot be taken. May peace guard you, light guide you, and may the favor of God surround you as a shield. Psalm 5:12. You are not walking into the unknown, you are walking into the chapter you were born for. God bless you. Something is about to happen on the 20th of August that your spirit has been feeling, but your mind can't explain. If you're watching this, it's not a coincidence. It's confirmation. You were meant to hear this. There are moments in time that don't just pass, they mark you. And this one? It was carved into heaven's calendar long before you knew the battle you'd survive to reach it. God's chosen ones don't get reminders by accident. You've been seeing signs, feeling shifts, waking up in the middle of the night with your heart racing, and you don't know why. This is why. The 20th of August is not just a date. It's a divine alarm clock. And if you ignore it, you might miss the breakthrough that generations before you prayed you'd receive. Before we go further, I need to honor something sacred to those who've supported this message with a super thanks. Thank you deeply. You're not just giving, you're sowing into a moment that's bigger than all of us. And for those of you who feel the pull right now, drop 777 in the comments. Not out of habit, but as a declaration. I'm ready. I received it. I will align. Because today is not business as usual. And here's the part, they won't tell you this moment, won't wait. It's holy. It's fast. And it's already in motion. So, if you've been waiting for a sign to step into what's yours, this is it. Let's begin, because in the next few minutes, you're going to understand why the 20th of August might be the day that rewrites your entire future. God's chosen ones. If you miss the 20th of August, you might regret it forever. are days that blur into each other, repetitive, grey, almost indistinguishable from the last. For most, life feels like a series of closed loops, rehearsed lines, and predictable motions. But then there are days rare, holy interruptions, where the invisible realm leans in and presses a divine pen into your trembling hands. The 20th of August is that day, not because the clock struck differently, but because heaven did. What if I told you that this isn't a day to analyze, but to receive rain on parched ground? What if trying to control it was the very thing blocking your access to it? This isn't a logical equation. This is a supernatural frequency, one that's been harmonizing with your spirit for longer than you've known, like the way a lion senses the storm before it breaks. Your soul has already picked up the vibration. You're not repeating yesterday, you're breaking through today. This is not just another morning where the same battles echo and the same questions remain unanswered. No, this is a divine inflection point, where the script turns, not by chance, but by command. In the architecture of heaven, there are days built like cathedrals, etched with purpose, framed with glory, and designed for legacy. The 20th of August is one of those days. You won't forget what opens here. This is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Psalm 118-24. But not in the casual way we've recited before. This time, you're not rejoicing because it's easy. You're rejoicing because something in the spirit realm has declared this day sacred on your behalf. Heaven has constructed this moment with surgical precision. Think about this. Why have certain doors stayed sealed for so long? Relationships that never mended, calls that never came, opportunities that slipped through like sand. Could it be that the foundations weren't aligned yet? In physics, resonance occurs when two frequencies match. Today, your frequency is finally catching up to the very destiny that's been waiting to respond. God does not need the applause of others to mark you approved. David was anointed king while his own father forgot he existed. 1 Samuel 16:11-13. That's the pattern of heaven. It selects in silence and elevates in the face of misunderstanding. Who said your breakthrough needed validation? Noah didn't have public agreement. He had divine instruction, and it saved generations. Genesis 6-9:22. Look at Oprah Winfrey once. A poor girl from Mississippi, abused and rejected, told she'd never succeed. Today, she's one of the most influential voices of our time, not because the world believed in her, but because she believed in the assignment. Her rise didn't come by popularity, it came by obedience. Now contrast that with Bernie Madoff, the Wall Street mastermind who built an empire on lies. He controlled, manipulated, and engineered false gain. But eventually, every door he forced open collapsed, and the house of cards buried him in disgrace. The difference? One surrendered to divine timing, the other hijacked it. And then there's Elise, an unknown young woman who once felt stuck in a city that forgot her. For years, everything she tried failed. But on the 20th of August, something shifted. No big announcement, no thunder, just a quiet yes in her spirit. That night, an email came that would change everything. A scholarship, a relocation, a prophetic invitation into her calling. She didn't force the moment, she aligned with it. Have you noticed how the earth anticipates change before humans do? The way trees begin preparing for spring long before the warmth comes. That's the rhythm of trust. That's the rhythm you're walking in now. Isaiah 43:19 says, "See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? And that question burns. Even now, do you perceive it? Chosen one, why have you been waking up with a strange expectancy? Why does today feel electrically different, even if nothing has happened yet? Why are you suddenly tired of waiting but too stirred to give up? Could it be because something in the unseen has already broken open and you're simply walking into its evidence? God's legendary days are never announced with fireworks. They emerge like earthquakes, quiet at first, then undeniable. Zechariah 4-6 reminds us, not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit. And that's how today moves, by Spirit. You don't need their call. You don't need their confirmation. You don't even need their understanding. If heaven says, go, then no force on earth can say, stay. If the gates are opening, don't stand there, analyzing the hinges, walk through. Rise. Chosen one. This is your moment. The doors you once begged to open are now swinging in your direction. Do not hesitate. Do not shrink. Step boldly. This breakthrough is your birthright. There are days when heaven interrupts history without asking for permission, and the 20th of August is one of them. This is not the reward for your strength. It is the evidence of your survival. You've walked through seasons that tried to erase you, prayed through nights that felt endless, and stayed faithful when everything around you broke. The silence wasn't God ignoring you. It was heaven reinforcing you, like the hidden scaffolding inside a cathedral. What no one saw was carrying everything sacred. The 20th of August is the day the curtain lifts, not to perform, but to reveal what's always been true. You were never forgotten. You were being fortified. Every delay you mistook for rejection was divine engineering. When architects design for height, they begin by digging deeper than anyone expects. The same principle applies in the Spirit. God was not holding you back. He was anchoring you. He made me into a polished arrow and concealed me in his quiver. Isaiah 49:2. That concealment wasn't denial, it was protection. And now, on the 20th of August, the arrow is being released. Have you noticed how heavy the air has felt leading up to this moment? How has your soul been restless even though your schedule hasn't changed? That's not anxiety, it's alignment. Heaven is breathing on your name. This is not a breakthrough you created. It's one that was assigned, like Joseph, who was forgotten in a prison cell until the king called for him. You are stepping into a moment where God is bypassing protocol. They brought him quickly out of the dungeon. Genesis 41:14. Suddenly doesn't mean randomly, it means divinely timed. The 20th of August carries that kind of sudden. Viola Davis, an Academy Award-winning actress, once said, "The only thing that separates women of color from anyone else is opportunity." Her breakthrough didn't come because she was discovered. It came because she endured. She spent years in hidden roles before she was honored. That's the essence of the 20th of August. It's not about being seen, it's about being released. In contrast, Adam Neumann, the former CEO of WeWork, rose fast on hype and vision, but without a stable foundation. When the pressure mounted, the entire empire collapsed. Elevation without endurance exposes what charisma tried to cover. The 20th of August is not for the charming, it's for the chosen. There's a woman named Mila who spent 11 years hand-stitching Bible verses into pieces of cloth in a small, dusty workshop no one visited. She wasn't trying to go viral. She wasn't building a brand. She was following a whisper. On the morning of the 20th of August, a curator visiting her village happened upon her workshop by accident. That encounter led to a global exhibition. No hashtags, no campaign, just divine timing. Mila didn't chase opportunity. Opportunity found her because obedience was her language. And what about you? Why does today feel heavier than usual, even though nothing in your environment has shifted? Why do you sense something moving in the spirit before you've seen anything in nature? This is what happens when the atmosphere begins to bend around destiny. Creation groans for manifestation, and your soul is finally echoing back. The world may see the same version of you, but heaven knows the blueprint has been activated. In nature, the tallest trees often grow in silence. Roots dig deeper with no audience. Storms prune their branches until only strength remains. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. And now the stone has been placed not in the back, but in the center. The rooms that once excluded you will have no choice but to make space, and they won't just see you, they'll witness you crowned. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Psalm 23:5. The 20th of August is the day that table is set, not for vanity, but for vindication. Your enemies won't be silenced, they'll be seated. The same mouths that mocked you will have to watch God honor you without you needing to explain how it happened. This is the justice of heaven, clean, holy, undeniable. So rise, not to prove anything, not to gain acceptance. Rise because the season of hiding is over. Rise because the 20th of August is not a prophecy you heard. It's a door you've just walked through. You've been faithful in the fire. Now step into the fullness of what that fire forged. The delay has expired. The release has begun. This is not just your breakthrough, it is your unveiling. And the world has no idea what's about to rise from the ashes they left you in. You may not be able to explain it, but you can feel it. The air around you has changed. It's not your environment that's different. It's your spirit that's responding. The 20th of August carries a current, a divine charge, a vibration only discerned by those whose ears are tuned to heaven's frequency. You've been walking through your days feeling slightly off-center, a quiet restlessness humming beneath your thoughts. That's not anxiety. That's alignment. Your soul has picked up the signal before your eyes could catch the vision. Something sacred is in motion. Why have you felt so unsettled, even when nothing is visibly wrong? Because your destiny is standing at the edge of time, calling you forward with a voice too familiar to ignore. The stirring you feel isn't confusion, it's confirmation. The 20th of August wasn't marked by your calendar. It was carved into your spirit long before your birth. That's why you've been feeling the pull. That's why your dreams have felt louder. That's why hope, despite everything, still clings to you like breath. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:2. You were not placed on the earth to survive the cycle. You were sent here to disrupt it. And now, the very thing you've only been able to sense is beginning to take form. This is the kind of moment you used to try and describe to others but didn't have the words for. You didn't know how to explain the ache in your chest that felt both holy and terrifying. You couldn't articulate why silence started to sound more like invitation than rejection. But the 20th of August puts language to what your soul always knew. This is your moment. Heaven is now shifting the conversation in your favor. A royal designer once said, "You don't become something new. You become who you've always been." Without apology. That designer was Coco Chanel, ridiculed for challenging the norms of femininity and fashion. Yet today, her name represents timeless influence. That's what happens when destiny starts speaking louder than opinion. In contrast, Billy McFarland, the infamous founder of the fraudulent Fire Festival, also dreamed of legacy. But he substituted the process with illusion. He created noise without structure, and when reality demanded substance, he collapsed under the weight of his own hype. He was remembered, but not honored. There's a difference. And then there's Ezra, a quiet logistics coordinator in a faith-based non-profit for 10 years. He worked behind the scenes, building systems no one praised, solving problems no one understood. On the morning of the 20th of August, his name was mentioned in a board meeting by someone he'd only met once. That afternoon, he was promoted to regional director. No application, no announcement, just divine remembrance. Could it be that your name is being spoken in a room you've never entered? There are things aligning now that you won't even know about until they land in your lap. A payment being processed, a yes being written, a gate being opened without your asking. The 20th of August is not just about being blessed, it's about being remembered. And when heaven remembers, it does so with overflow. Your prayers and gifts have come up as a memorial offering before God. Acts 10:4. You weren't praying into emptiness. You were etching your name into eternal blueprints. And now the architect is revealing the structure. In the natural world, water always flows to the lowest point. But in the kingdom, favor flows to the faithful, to those who kept showing up when no one saw, who whispered promises back to God when it felt ridiculous to believe. The 20th of August is the day that kind of faith is honored. Why is today echoing louder in your spirit than any day before it? Because acceleration has begun, not hype harvest. You're not being fast-tracked because you're lucky. You're being elevated because you endured. So prepare to be called out, not for shame, but for crowning. You will be honored in the presence of the very systems that once ignored you, not because you demanded it, because heaven decreed it. And when God remembers a name, all creation must respond. They won't understand how it happened, and they're not supposed to. Let them be stunned. Let them whisper. Let them dissect every angle, searching for logic where only favor could live. The kind of movement happening in your life now cannot be explained by formulas, credentials, or timelines. The 20th of August isn't just a shift, it's a divine detour around their expectations. This isn't about meritocracy, it's about obedience. And obedience never needs an audience to be validated. Why do they keep looking for natural explanations to what was clearly born of the Spirit? You don't need to post a timeline. You don't need to build a case. When heaven appoints a moment, it comes fully clothed in authority. You're not obligated to apologize for acceleration. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. John 3:8. So it is with you now. Let them try to trace the wind while you ride it. This is what it looks like when a hidden yes becomes a public unlocking. This is what happens when obedience is honored in full view of the very ones who assumed your stillness meant surrender. The 20th of August is the kind of day that exposes the weight of your endurance, not to shame anyone, but to vindicate the invisible sacrifices you made in the quiet. Sacrifices no one clapped for. Decisions you made when your flesh screamed quit, but your spirit whispered, stay. Then, there's an old Japanese practice called kintsugi, repairing broken pottery with gold, not to hide the cracks, but to highlight them, to make the fracture part of the glory. That's what the 20th of August is doing with your life. It's pouring glory into the places that once bled. You're not being rewarded for perfection. You're being elevated because you remained. How many times did you keep walking when silence made you question if heaven was even listening? A modern example lives in civil rights icon Rosa Parks. When she refused to give up her bus seat, she wasn't seeking a headline. She was following an inner knowing. She didn't shout. She sat. Obedience, not defiance, became the seed of national awakening. That's what sacred alignment looks like. Quiet decisions that shake systems. But not all decisions in silence lead to legacy. Consider Lance Armstrong, once a hero, until his victories were exposed as manufactured. He didn't wait. He manipulated timing. He didn't trust the process. He fast-tracked prestige through deception. The world watched his crown turn into a courtroom. Favor without foundation always crumbles. And then there was Jonah, a man called by God who ran the other way. It wasn't until he was swallowed by consequences that he surrendered to destiny. Those who cling to worthless idols forfeit the grace that could be theirs. Jonah 2:8. You, however, didn't run. You stayed. You yielded. And because of that, the 20th of August was etched into your life as heaven's response to your restraint. Could it be that your delay was less about resistance and more about refinement? There's something sacred about staying loyal to a vision when there's no confirmation, about believing in a harvest while standing in drought. You held the line when it cost you comfort. You obeyed when it cost you visibility. And that's why this legendary day carries weight. It's the unveiling of what trust in the unseen produces in public spaces. Blessed is she who has believed that the Lord would fulfill his promises to her. Luke 1:45. That's you, the one who believed without proof, the one who held on when logic said to let go. So don't shrink now. Don't explain what only God could do. August Vine doesn't require your defense, it carry heaven's endorsement. Rise into the moment you were built for. Let your life be the answer. Let your existence be the evidence. Because this is what it looks like when the chosen ones are finally activated. Miracles do not obey logic. They respond to availability. You were never required to predict the choreography, only to keep showing up in position. The 20th of August is not about you forcing the how. It's about you surrendering to the who. You've been taught to track every detail, to chase every step, to build according to visible outcomes. But heaven operates on trust, not templates. Miracles chase the ones who stop chasing control. What if the moment you stopped managing the outcome was the moment heaven accelerated it? Release the pressure. Lay down the obsession with timelines. Your job was never to manufacture. Your job was to be ready. The supernatural is not allergic to structure, it's allergic to fear. God doesn't need your formula. He needs your faith, not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord Almighty. Zechariah 4:6. The 20th of August was not placed on your calendar to be analyzed. It was given to you as a window, and that window is open right now. There are contracts moving through systems with your name on them. There are conversations unfolding in rooms you've never stepped into. There are people being stirred awake in the middle of the night, thinking of how to bless you without knowing why. What if the thing you wept over in secret last week was quietly solved this morning while you made coffee? What if what you called a wall was actually a door waiting for your surrender? Not your strategy? Why does God keep working behind the scenes while you feel stuck in the lobby? Because the lobby was never a waiting room, it was a holy staging area. Faith is not passive. Faith is the active resting of a soul that knows where its source flows from. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Stillness is not weakness. It is the weapon of the aware. And this day, the 20th of August, is heaven's call to still your mind and activate your spirit. Steve Harvey, a man once homeless and rejected in his early comedy career, tells how he almost gave up just days before his breakthrough. He said, "God doesn't show you the whole picture. because your faith would never be activated. Today, he's a household name, but only because he learned to release the how and stay faithful to the who. That's the energy of the 20th of August, heavenly coordination overtaking human effort. In contrast, Elizabeth Holmes once claimed to revolutionize blood testing. She pushed for premature glory and cut corners in the dark. Her downfall was not bad intention, it was obsession with control. Her failure teaches us this: when you fake divine timing, you'll eventually run out of man-made scaffolding. And then there's Dion, a middle school janitor in Detroit. He wasn't chasing visibility, but every morning at 5 a.m., he prayed over the lockers of the students, calling out their names, their safety, their future. On the 20th of August, one of those students, now a tech investor, sent him a letter with a $40,000 gift and a note that said, "You're the reason I didn't quit school." Dion didn't calculate the harvest. He watered faithfully. And that's what drew the supernatural. Could it be that your obedience has already triggered a wave of movement you can't see yet? Nature tells us that seeds do most of their growth underground. Thermodynamics teaches us that pressure generates heat before transformation. Even physics reminds us that invisible forces can push entire systems into motion. The 20th of August is heaven's synchronized eruption, timed to collapse what resisted you and open what was locked. What once seemed late now proves to be exactly on schedule. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power at work within us. Ephesians 3:20. There is no delay in this dimension. There is only unfolding, and you're standing in the middle of it. Why have you been measuring your momentum by what your eyes see when it's your roots that carry the proof? You are not behind. You are not broken. You are not too late. You are blooming. You are ascending. You are stepping into the frequency of fulfillment. What the world calls sudden is simply God saying, "Now." This is not hype. This is holy timing. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Isaiah 43:18-19. That new thing begins not next month, not next year, but now. On the 20th of August, this is the moment your timeline collides with his transcendence. So, don't hesitate. Step in, not with fear, but with fire. Not with apology, but with authority. The systems are already bending in your favor. The blessings are not being manufactured. They're being remembered. And now that the gate has opened, the only question left is, will you walk through it? The 20th of August is not a lucky break. It is a divine appointment written long before your name ever appears on a resume. This day is not here to excite you. It's here to activate you. It doesn't ask for your reaction. It requires your response. This is not the kind of day that ends at midnight. This is the kind of day that echoes into bloodlines, alters spiritual genetics, and rewrites entire futures. It's not just about what happens to you, it's about what happens through you. Why does today carry the weight of centuries even though you've only lived a few decades? Because this is the day your lineage shifts. The shame your grandmother carried, the silence your father endured, the fears your siblings buried. It breaks here. The 20th of August becomes the hinge that generations turn on. You're not just healing, you're ascending. You're not surviving anymore. You're manifesting. You're not waiting for life to notice you. Life is rearranging itself to respond to you. For such a time as this. Esther 4:14. That phrase isn't poetic. It's prophetic. And it rests on your shoulders now. Your inner child, the version of you who used to dream in secret. Sketch visions in the dark. Whisper prayers under bedsheets. They see you now. They see this moment. This is the day that child gets vindicated. You'll know it's the 20th of August because of how everything begins to click. The right people seem to appear without explanation. The call that felt delayed suddenly drops into your inbox. What once felt disjointed now aligns with grace. This is not a coincidence. This is convergence. A divine alignment engineered by a God who speaks galaxies into motion. What if you're not chasing destiny anymore because destiny has started chasing you? That's the rhythm of divine flow. It's the place where striving stops and strategy submits to surrender. You're not exhausting yourself to be noticed. You're walking with the kind of favor that magnetizes movement. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Psalm 23:6. You've entered the favor zone. Not because of manipulation, not because of hustle, because of obedience. Ava DuVernay, the acclaimed filmmaker who directed Selma and When They See Us, once said, "If your dream only includes you, it's too small." She didn't reach the mountaintop alone. She created space for history to breathe again through story. Her influence wasn't built overnight. It was birthed in obscurity, pain, and persistence. That's what the 20th of August holds. Impact that transcends biography. But not everyone honors the weight of timing. Jeffrey Epstein, a man who once controlled billion-dollar rooms, manipulated status and power to build his kingdom of darkness. For years, the doors opened, but behind every door was rot. And when the curtain fell, it crushed everything. When access is earned through corruption, it always returns with consequence. Now compare that with Elena, a young midwife in Sao Paulo who labored faithfully for 10 years in a clinic no one celebrated. On the 20th of August, she was named Director of Women's Health for her region, not because she applied, but because a mother she once saved during labor rose into government and never forgot. Honor doesn't need promotion to find you. It only needs memory. Could it be that your name has been in circulation in realms your feet haven't touched yet? This isn't karma. This is kingdom. Doors sealed by rank, class, and tradition are trembling, not because you pushed them, but because your soul just received heaven's green light. He opens doors that no one can shut. Revelation 3-7. The access being granted now isn't transactional, it's transformational. What once eluded you is now arriving with acceleration, not because you became louder, but because your frequency shifted. You're not walking into rooms uninvited. You are the invitation. The infrastructure of your next chapter is already responding to your arrival. Why does today feel like standing at the edge of a cliff while your spirit dares to fly? Because something massive has already been released in the atmosphere, and heaven will not retrieve it. The 20th of August marks the collision between readiness and release. What your soul knew before your memory was formed is now walking into manifestation. So let the future hear it. Let the past submit to it. Let everything in you rise into it. This is not just a big day. This is a legendary day. The kind that becomes myth to others, but memory to you. The kind of day that doesn't just bless you, it reroutes every life connected to you. What was once sealed has now been supernaturally signed off. Everything that was blocked has been granted divine clearance. You're not standing in the same atmosphere anymore, even if your surroundings appear unchanged. The realm around you has shifted. It's not just circumstantial, it's dimensional. The barriers weren't broken with noise. They dissolved through divine timing. You were never rejected. You were simply being preserved until the coordinates of heaven and earth finally aligned. And that alignment is not future tense. It is now. It is the 20th of August. Have you felt it lately? The lightness that can't be traced to a specific event. the unexpected clarity emerging like sunlight through early morning fog. This isn't wishful thinking. This is spiritual confirmation. The resistance that once pressed against you like invisible weight is lifting. The confusion that clouded your direction is thinning. And the most remarkable part, your environment didn't change. You did. Why does it feel like peace has arrived before the breakthrough even shows up? Because peace is the signal that you're already walking in it. It's not about seeing the door open. It's about feeling your hand on the knob. You will go out in joy and be led forth in peace. Isaiah 55:12. Peace doesn't wait for proof. It partners with presence. In neurological terms, this is called cognitive repatterning. The mind begins to shift long before behavior follows, and in the kingdom, the spirit begins to expand before the evidence arrives. That's what the 20th of August represents, the shift before the spotlight. Take Dr. Caroline Leaf, a cognitive neuroscientist who once said, "Your brain changes moment by moment based on how you direct your thinking." But long before science named it, Scripture declared it, "Be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Romans 12:2. And today, that renewal is no longer internal only. It's becoming visible, tangible, inescapable. There was a time when Nelson Mandela sat in a prison cell for 27 years, no stage, no spotlight, no signal that his cause was winning. But during that darkness, something shifted internally. And when he emerged, the world didn't just see a freed man, they saw a formed one. The 20th of August is your emergence. Not just release from what held you, but revelation of who you've become. Could it be that the version of you stepping forward now is the one heaven's been waiting on all along? And then there's Liana, a grocery store stocker in rural Ontario who, during COVID, began praying over every receipt she touched. Not loudly, not publicly, just silent agreement with God's promises. 3 years later, on the 20th of August, a woman whose life she unknowingly touched returned with a story. That single receipt, tucked in her purse, reminded her not to take her own life. The fruit of silent prayers, the reward of unseen faithfulness. What is done in secret will be rewarded openly. Matthew 6:6. This is the open season. The curtain is lifting. The quiet labor. The whispered intercession. The nights you didn't fall apart. Though everything inside you shattered, none of it was missed. Why is it that the world seems to be noticing you only now, when your deepest transformation already happened? Because the world sees results, but heaven sees resolve. And today, the 20th of August, the invisible victories start to announce themselves with undeniable impact. You're no longer hoping to be chosen. You're walking like someone who knows they are. This is not about ego. It's about evidence. The internal fire that kept burning through storms has now become the external glow they cannot ignore. You're not just walking in direction. You're moving in divine confidence. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6-9. You didn't give up, and now the time has come. So walk, not quietly, not uncertainly. Walk like heaven wrote your name into this day, because it did. The 20th of August is not just the beginning of a new season. It's the unveiling of the one heaven crowned in private long ago. You didn't quit when you had every reason to. You didn't disappear when disappointment tried to swallow you. You stayed when staying made no sense. And for that, this day, the 20th of August, is legendary. Not because everything feels exciting, but because everything is being activated. This is not the kind of day that waits for your mood. It arrives with instructions, It doesn't ask how you feel. It asks how you'll respond. Why does this moment feel like an invisible hand is guiding your every step? Because it is. Heaven is placing subtle, strategic nudges around you, divine coordinates disguised as coincidences. You may find yourself unexpectedly pulled toward the right room, the right conversation, the exact word you didn't know you needed. These are not interruptions. These are invitations. Your ears shall hear a word behind you, saying, "This is the way. Walk in it." Isaiah 30:21. And when that whisper hits your spirit, don't delay. On legendary days like the 20th of August, hesitation can push miracles into holding patterns. The doorway is open. Don't stand at the threshold questioning whether you're ready. You are. What if your first instinct isn't random but revelatory? This is the season where your yes holds weight. That idea that won't let you sleep, launch it. That message you've been scared to send, write it. That phone call you've been overthinking, make it. That invitation that feels too big for your current capacity, step into it. Heaven doesn't need your qualifications. It needs your yes. Obedience is better than sacrifice. 1 Samuel 5:10-22. Brené Brown, a research professor and global voice for vulnerability, once said, "There is no innovation and creativity without failure." But she never stopped showing up. She followed small nudges that led to massive movement. She didn't chase platforms. She chased the truth. And because of that, truth made room for her voice. That's what the 20th of August holds. Movement birthed from obedience, not ambition. In contrast, consider Elizabeth Holmes again. Driven by a desire to be seen as revolutionary, she ignored every internal nudge to slow down and manipulated truth to accelerate recognition. The result? A global fall from grace. When your soul is louder than your spirit, disaster is inevitable. Then there's Omari, a former worship drummer who laid down music to care for his mother full-time. For 3 years, no stage, no sound, just faithfulness and grief. On the 20th of August, he was offered a position as music director in a city he'd never been to after someone discovered an old clip of him from 5 years earlier. They had no idea what he'd been carrying, but heaven did. Could it be that your yes in hidden places is now echoing in rooms you've never entered? You are being called into a season where your presence will shift atmospheres, where your voice will bring solutions into places saturated with confusion. You're not being promoted. You're being deployed. And when God deploys a person, it's never to fill space, it's to fill purpose. The creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. Romans 8:19. This is not about walking in for attention. You're not entering rooms for recognition. You're walking in as revelation. What you carry isn't just skill, it's spiritual voltage. Your discernment is sharper than ever because your spirit has been sharpened by fire. Use it. If there's no peace, walk away. If your soul leaps, say yes before fear can speak. Why do the opportunities you feared now feel like divine summons? Because the 20th of August isn't the end of something, it's the beginning. The gate is open not to finish a race, but to start a redefinition. Your ideas won't just serve, they'll disrupt. Your presence won't just be noticed, it will be felt. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. The light is not future tense. It's now, and it's resting on you. So don't shrink. Don't hesitate. Don't talk yourself out of what heaven has already prepared. August, year me isn't asking if you're ready. It's declaring that you are. Now, go walk through the gate. Not with caution, but with clarity. Something about you is different now. People won't be able to name it. They might not know exactly when it happened or how, but they will feel it. There's a weight on your words, a shift in your presence. You're not louder, but your authority is undeniable. You're not striving, but you're being sought. And the 20th of August is the reason why. It's not your charisma that's changed. It's your resonance. You are finally vibrating at the frequency of fulfillment. Why do you feel more grounded now? Even though your circumstances haven't fully changed, because heaven didn't upgrade your surroundings, it upgraded your identity. You're not standing in potential anymore. You're walking in performance. The spiritual scaffolding beneath you has been reinforced. And even when others don't understand it, your atmosphere will announce it for you. Not everyone will clap, and that's okay. Some will grow distant because they preferred the version of you who doubted, who hesitated, who asked for permission to be powerful. But you were never assigned to be small. The Spirit Himself testifies with our spirit that we are children of God. Romans 8:16. This moment was not built for their applause. It was built for your alignment. What if their silence isn't a dismissal but a sign that heaven has moved you into a new frequency they can't decode? You don't need their confirmation. You already have God's. The world may have overlooked you, but heaven didn't. You were never off the list. You were simply being refined in quiet until your spirit could carry what your assignment required. And now that you've passed the test, the 20th of August has been authorized as your release date, for the vision is yet for an appointed time. It will not delay. Habakkuk 2:3. This is that time. You no longer have to manufacture moments. They're arriving without strain because you're finally in sync with what was always yours. You used to chase opportunities. Now they are sent to chase you. Conversations, contracts, divine collaborations, each one begins flowing like water to low ground. But this isn't a flood that overwhelms. It's a river that recognizes the one who's been walking upstream without applause. Could it be that the drought was never a punishment but a setup to make sure your roots went deep before the rain came? Violinist and visionary Lindsey Sterling once said, "The spotlight is not meant to make you look good. It's meant to illuminate what you've carried in the dark." And that's what the 20th of August is doing, illuminating what obedience has built in secret. You're not being discovered, you're being revealed. And not every chosen one answers the call immediately. Jonah, called by God, delayed out of fear. He ran in the opposite direction, not because he lacked the call, but because he underestimated its cost. But even in the belly of resistance, he was still God's. And when he surrendered, revival followed. Those who cling to worthless idols forfeit the grace that could be theirs. Jonah 2:8. This is the warning that births wisdom among the chosen. Grace was never gone. It was simply waiting for surrender. And then there's Sarai, a young consultant who turned down promotion after promotion, not because she wasn't ready, but because she was afraid of outgrowing the people she loved. But on the 20th of August, something broke. A dream, a word, a moment, and she said yes. Within weeks, not only had she stepped into her assignment, but those around her began to rise as well. Her yes wasn't betrayal. It was a ripple of alignment. Why does this stage feel less like an arrival and more like a remembering? Because you're not becoming someone new. You're stepping into who heaven always said you were. You are not here for recognition. You are here as revelation. Your presence is a solution. Your discernment is surgical. Your creativity carries healing. Your voice breaks delay. Arise, shine, for your light has come. Isaiah 60:1. And it's not about the light making you visible. It's about it making you undeniable. So don't shrink. Not now. Don't explain your glow to people who refuse to rise. Don't dim your brilliance for rooms that never saw you in the dark. The 20th of August is your turning point, not just for influence, but for impact. You are not lucky. You are loyal. And heaven is responding with elevation. Stand in it, fully, boldly, without apology. Your spotlight is not a performance. It's a prophetic signal. You were faithful. You were consistent. And now you are activated. Some of you will receive a message today, an email, a voice, a whisper that shifts your entire atmosphere. It may be a phone call you weren't expecting, a notification that lands gently but shakes everything loose. And when it arrives, you won't need confirmation from anyone else. Your spirit will recognize it before your mind has time to make sense of it. It won't just excite you, it will humble you. It will make you weep, not out of sadness, but from the weight lifting off your back all at once, because when heaven says now, your soul responds before your brain can articulate what's happening. Why does something in your chest feel like it's standing at attention? Even before the evidence comes, that's what divine timing does. It pulls your future into your present. The 20th of August is not just another checkpoint. It's the activation of a word long held in waiting. This is the day heaven has been preparing behind the curtain. The script is being rewritten. The credits are rolling on the old version of your life. And the new story, the one where you're no longer background, but builder, starts today. You'll feel it before anyone else does. There will be a softness in places where you used to brace yourself for pain, a stillness where anxiety once roared. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. Psalm 23:2-3. This is what restoration feels like, not an explosion, but a quiet resurrection. People around you might not grasp what's happening. They'll see your glow and assume you've found some new trend, a new tactic. They won't know it's transformation. They'll see doors open and wonder who pulled the handle. Let them. You don't owe anyone an explanation for grace. You are not the publicist of your miracle. You are the proof. Your peace will preach louder than your posts. Your calm will confirm what God already declared. Why does this favor feel faster than anything you've ever known? Because this is divine velocity. The season has shifted, and time is now yielding to spiritual urgency. Things that used to take months will now take days. What once required you to press is now being pressed toward you. I am the Lord. In its time I will do this swiftly. Isaiah 60:22. This is what happens when wisdom catches up to wait. God entrusts you not just with breakthrough, but with responsibility. You're no longer impulsive. You're no longer scattered. You are tuned in, steady, dangerous to delay. And because of that, heaven can finally release what it's been holding until you were ready to carry it. This is a trust reward. You were trusted with hidden pain. Now you'll be trusted with visible power. Take it in. Don't rush this. This is not a blur. The 20th of August is a spiritual photograph, a still frame in eternity, one that will live inside you for years. You'll return to it again and again, not because of what happened externally, but because of what awakened inside of you. This is the day where the weather changes in your spirit. The wind shifted, the page turned. Could it be that you've already stepped into the chapter your future self will thank you for not quitting on? Joanna Gaines, designer and storyteller, once said, "Sometimes the most beautiful things are the ones we barely notice happening, until everything looks different." She wasn't seeking a spotlight. She was following the rhythm, and the rhythm became resonant. The 20th of August is doing that in you, now adjusting your internal pace until it matches heaven's flow. And then there's Raphael, a former street dancer in Manila who spent years teaching underserved kids in abandoned parking lots. On the 20th of August, he was invited to choreograph a major stage production by someone who had once driven by, paused at a red light, and watched him teach in the rain. What looked like obscurity became evidence. His consistency created a doorway. Why are tears rising when you're finally getting what you prayed for? Because it wasn't about the thing, it was about what it unlocked inside you. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but a longing fulfilled is a tree of life. Proverbs 13:12. This is not just fulfillment, this is resurrection. This is what it feels like to be remembered by heaven. So, breathe. Speak gratitude aloud. Journal what you feel. Take a walk and notice how the wind feels different on your skin. This is not sentimental. This is sacred. The atmosphere is testifying on your behalf. The 20th of August is not your climax. It's your emergence, not the final scene, but the establishing shot of your visible becoming. You are not on the brink. You are in bloom. So walk boldly into it. Heaven has trusted you with power. Now trust yourself to carry it well. Legendary days don't always arrive with noise. They arrive with frequency. And on the 20th of August, that frequency has found you, not because of what you did, but because of what you became. This is not an emotional high. This is a divine signal. It's a pulse from heaven, confirming that you're no longer waiting. You're now in the rhythm of receiving. Why does it feel like something has landed in your spirit before your eyes have seen anything change? Because that's how the prophetic moves. It always reaches your soul before it reaches your timeline. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 11:1. Something sacred is sinking into your core. You can't name it yet, but you can feel it like gravity under your ribs. The future isn't distant anymore. It's standing at the edge, whispering, "I'm ready when you are." Oh, you may have assumed your moment passed, that you missed your chance, but divine timing doesn't run on human clocks. The 20th of August is proof that you were never late. You were in preparation. While you doubted yourself, heaven was laying infrastructure. You weren't stuck. You were being synchronized. Could it be that what you thought was stagnation was actually precision timing? There's an effect in engineering called constructive interference. When waves align, their amplitude multiplies. That's what's happening in your life now. The alignment of your soul, your surrender, your prayers, your quiet yes has created a supernatural surge. This is the vibration of promise, the frequency of fulfillment. You're not tuning into a new signal. The signal is finally matching your matured spirit. Look at Maya Angelou, poet, prophet, pioneer. For years, her truth was buried under trauma and silence. But when she spoke, the world listened, not because she screamed, but because her soul resonated. There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you. She once wrote, "The 20th of August is the day your untold story begins, speaking on its own frequency." And then there's Elias, a retired mechanic who, in his 70s, began writing children's parables at night. For years, no publisher answered. But on the 20th of August, a young editor found his manuscript by accident during an office move. That same month, Elias's first book became a school-wide curriculum in 4 cities. He thought his window had closed. He didn't know heaven was just waiting for alignment. Why is your heart racing without evidence? Because your spirit already sees the table being set. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Psalm 23:5. This is not wishful thinking. This is spiritual reception. You're no longer begging, you're receiving. Not because of force, but because of frequency. The outer world might look unchanged, but everything under the surface has moved. The tectonic plates of your destiny just shifted. It's not always visible, but it's always felt. The kingdom of God is within you. Luke 17:21. And it's vibrating now, not with noise, but with knowing. What if the delay was never about denial, but about tuning your spirit to recognize what's already yours? You are aligned now, not with potential, but with precision. The 20th of August is not the climax of your story. It is the convergence point where preparation becomes positioning. You may not fully see it yet, but you feel it. The signal is clear. The frequency is strong. The doorway is already unlocked. So stay attuned. Stay awake. This is not a moment to dismiss. It's the announcement of the unseen becoming inevitable. The signal that your yes has reached heaven, and heaven has answered today. Your entire being is vibrating in harmony with what was always yours. The frequency of your inner world has finally caught up to the sound of heaven, and when your energy aligns with your assignment, reality must respond, not out of obligation, but out of divine recognition. This is not just spiritual alignment, it's magnetic inevitability. The 20th of August is not the beginning, it's the unveiling. Why do your surroundings feel slower, even as your spirit feels faster? Because the transformation already happened inside of you, and now the rest of the world is simply catching up. The clarity in your eyes, the rhythm in your steps, the peace in your chest. It's not random, it's residue, proof that the shift didn't just begin, it's already taken root. The old has passed away, behold. The new has come. 2 Corinthians 5:17. You didn't just evolve, you emerged. The friction that once irritated your soul no longer rattles you. The noise that used to trigger anxiety now fades like background static. You're not numbing, you're navigating, and you do it from a place of anchored knowing. This is what real confidence feels like, not performance, but presence. There's a calm that settles when you finally step into what God always saw. It's not pride, it's spiritual precision. You are carrying something eternal. And today, the 20th of August, it begins to show. Could it be that what they call glowing up is really just your spirit catching fire in public? When others say, "You seem different," what they're really noticing is the frequency shift. You've stopped outsourcing your value. You no longer chase empty affirmation. Validation doesn't drive you anymore. Vision does. Set your minds on things above, not on earthly things. Colossians 3:2. Malala Yousafzai once said, "We realize the importance of our voices only when we are silenced." But her return wasn't just recovery, it was revelation. When she stood again, the world shifted. Not because her voice was loud, but because it carried weight. That's what the 20th of August does. It exposes the weight of what you've carried in silence. And then there's Eliora, a once overlooked admin assistant who, after years of faithful behind-the-scenes work, created a digital prayer map that began spreading organically during a global crisis on the 20th of August. It reached a mission leader in Brazil who offered to translate it into 8 languages. She never asked for a stage. She simply stayed obedient, and heaven made her unignorable. Why does the old pressure no longer feel necessary, like a costume you've outgrown? Because you're not trying to prove your worth anymore. You are aware Those who look to him are radiant. Their faces are never covered with shame. Psalm 34:5. You no longer seek doors. You are the door. You no longer wait for green lights. You are the signal. The shift is not coming. You are the shift. You're not chasing alignment anymore. You are walking in alignment. You're no longer hoping to be chosen. You're walking like someone who already is. Lift up your heads. O you gates, be lifted up. You ancient doors, that the King of Glory may come in. Psalm 34:7. That's what you are now, a divine access point. A gate through which glory is allowed to flow into the earth. And on the 20th of August, that truth is no longer hidden. Could it be that you've stopped searching for the moment because you've realized you are the moment? So stand in it. Let your eyes see what your spirit already knows. The room didn't shift. You did. And now the room responds. And that shift in identity, from hidden to heralded, from hesitating to heaven aligned, is what makes the 20th of August so legendary. This isn't about ego. It's about evidence. This is the day your spirit no longer flinches at the sight of the door it walks through without knocking, because now the door recognizes you. Let's talk about timing. Not every window stays open. In fact, some never return, once missed. But today, you've stepped into one of the rarest spaces in all of time, a moment where the window hasn't just opened. It has invited you in, not timidly, boldly. The 20th of August is that invitation issued directly from heaven to the one who stayed when others ran. Why does everything feel like it's saying yes to you at once? Because it is. Even the things that once said no are shifting their tone. Environments that rejected you are now rearranging to receive you. People who couldn't see your light before are now warmed by its fire. That long-awaited yes, it's already on its way, and it's greater than you imagined. Not because you demanded it, but because your alignment summoned it. Yes, the Lord will give what is good, and our land will yield its increase. Psalm 85:10. You're not forcing a favor. You're flowing in it. And that's why this day feels surreal, because it's not just another step forward. It's a portal. Could it be that the things falling into place now are not sudden but synchronized? You'll begin to notice signs, license plate numbers, divine names, unusual timing, dates that line up with old dreams you buried. Conversations you never expected will resurface. Answers you thought were lost forever will land softly in your lap. I will restore to you the years that the locusts have eaten. Joel 2:5. Some of you will feel the nudge to launch the thing you shelved. Others will finally leave the space that suffocated you. And for many, this will be the day you speak your truth without fear of consequence. Not because it's safe, but because it's necessary. That's how you know this is more than momentum. This is divine orchestration. Look at Tyler Perry, once homeless, now a creative empire unto himself. He once said, "You can get a lot done when you let God do the driving." His rise didn't come through strategy alone. It came from alignment. That's what the 20th of August offers. Not a plan, but a path. Not control, but convergence. And then there's Imani, a nurse in Nairobi, who, after years of working night shifts in silence, finally decided to start a care home for forgotten elders. On the 20th of August, the property she'd prayed for came available at half the cost, offered to her by someone she'd once helped in an emergency room without knowing it. She didn't chase the open door. She had become the key. Why do the wildest dreams suddenly feel practical, almost obvious? Because when divine timing meets full surrender, destiny no longer resists. It rises. The friction you once felt was never punishment. It was preparation. In the time of my favor, I will answer you. And on the day of salvation, I will help you. Isaiah 49:8. Today is that day. Not just for help, but for release. You were born for this portal. The resistance around you was never random. It was coded with timing. And the 20th of August isn't just your date, it's your divine intersection. Could it be that the voice calling you forward now isn't external but the echo of who you've always been? Walk into it, not with hesitation, but with authority. This is not wishful thinking. It's fulfilling. This isn't alignment as a concept, it's alignment in motion. The steps of a righteous person are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37:23. And today, those steps are not crawling, they're converging. The 20th of August is not another chance. It is the moment the eternal clock strikes now. And when heaven opens a portal like this, chosen one, you walk through, or you look back. So move. This is your divine summons. Step in with your name, your clarity, your history, your fire. The window has opened wide. The invitation has been issued, and everything you've carried was meant for this crossing. The vision that flickered in your soul, even when everything around you shouted, "Give up," was never a fantasy. It was a frequency, a divine instruction encoded with an invisible timestamp. And now, chosen one. That timestamp reads, now. This is your acceleration moment. The moment the dam breaks and what once trickled becomes flow, not forced, not faked. Flow that was always meant for you. Why has that dream refused to die, no matter how impossible it seemed? Because it was never born from you. It was planted by heaven. Write the vision, make it plain on tablets, though it linger. Wait for it, it will surely come. Habakkuk 2:3. You didn't imagine it. You inherited it. And now the inheritance is being released, not because you earned it, but because the time has come. But hear this clearly. New seasons demand new systems. You cannot drag old fears into this open field. You cannot carry yesterday's scarcity into today's overflow. The soil has shifted. The light has changed. The timing is different. Your mindset must evolve to match the atmosphere. You cannot put new wine into old wineskins. Mark Steim, Esarim Vishtaim. Scarcity thinking doesn't fit in the architecture of abundance. Fearful hesitation doesn't belong in rooms built for decisive favor. Second-guessing your anointing in this hour could cost you assignments bearing your name. You must walk like you belong, because you do. Could the inner resistance you're feeling be just your old programming trying to survive? Psychologically, the brain resists change because it's wired for predictability. But spiritual obedience has never been about predictability. It's about propulsion. You're not being asked to understand every step. You're being asked to trust the pull. The gravitational force of destiny is stronger than your questions. Queen Esther didn't step into her assignment with certainty. She stepped in with obedience. And as she did, the kingdom moved. That's what this hour demands from you. Courage before clarity. Surrender before outcome. Why is the breakthrough happening now? Not years ago, when you cried out more desperately. Because desperation isn't the key. Readiness is. And now you are ready. Healed enough to carry it. Bold enough to walk in it. Whole enough to protect it. To everything there is a season, and a time for every purpose under heaven. Ecclesiastes 3:1. This is your season of supernatural coordination. You're not behind, you've been aligned. The delays weren't denial, they were design. You weren't being punished, you were being positioned. And now the release begins, not as a trickle, but as inheritance. So shed the fear. Starve the lack mindset. Silence the inner saboteur that says, "You're not ready." You are. The 20th of August has arrived, and with it, the chapter that was always promised. Could it be that this version of you is what the vision's been waiting on all along? Now walk not as someone hoping to be accepted, but as one already chosen. The righteous are as bold as a lion. Proverbs 28:1. So roar. Take up space. Let your walk announce what your mouth doesn't need to explain. Because this time, chosen one. The vision isn't just alive. It's in motion. You didn't stumble into this moment. You were summoned. The warfare you faced wasn't random. It was time-based resistance. The enemy tried to discourage you not because you were weak, but because the coordinates were drawing near. The 20th of August is not just an open door. It's a turning of the entire hallway. What once felt narrow now feels necessary. What once felt like silence now feels like sacred instruction. The 20th of August is not about luck. It is about legacy. It's about orchestration, not coincidence. This is not another spiritual high. This is a scheduled breakthrough. It's the day where the preparation you endured in silence meets the promotion that has been whispered in heaven. You were never behind. You were in alignment. The window didn't just open. It recognized you. And not everyone will understand what has changed, but they will respond. There's a new weight to your words, a new stillness in your walk, a new clarity in your vision. You're not louder, you're more aligned. And when your frequency matches your assignment, reality has no choice but to respond. You're not here because of charisma. You're here because of consistency. You didn't quit when it would have been easier to walk away. And because of that, this day, the 20th of August, has been authorized. Things that used to resist you will now respond to you. What once rejected you will now request you. The people who couldn't see your light before will now warm themselves by its fire. This isn't hype. This is holy timing. Expect confirmation to come in unusual ways. A call, an email, a face from the past, a door you forgot you knocked on. Things you thought were dead are being resurrected. Not for nostalgia, but for purpose. Conversations are aligning. Contracts are forming. Collaborations are flowing. Not because you forced them, but because you finally stopped striving and started resonating. The shift didn't start today. It started when you said yes in the dark, when you prayed without applause, when you stayed when others scattered, when you let your roots go deep so your fruit could last. The 20th of August is the day your obedience becomes visible, your silence becomes sound, your glow becomes gravitational. This is not the climax of your story, it's the launch of your visible becoming. You are not just walking through a door, you are walking through a portal, a generational one, the kind that reshapes entire bloodlines, the kind that closes chapters written in pain and opens blueprints authored in glory. This is not ego. This is evidence. You are not hoping. You are happening. You are not asking for permission. You are answering to a prophecy. Let them wonder. Let them analyze. You don't owe anyone an explanation for grace. You are not the publicist of your miracle. You are the proof. You are the rhythm of a fulfilled word. The echo of prayers sown in secret. The result of trust forged in fire. This is your day. This is your window. This is your turn. And the 20th of August is the reason why. Walk through, fully, boldly, unapologetically, because the moment has already said yes to you. Now it's your move. This is not merely the end of a message, it is the threshold of a movement. If the 20th of August has stirred something in your spirit, it's because heaven was already moving long before your eyes caught up. What you've just heard wasn't hype. It was holy alignment, a call into a season where everything hidden is now permitted to rise. The waiting wasn't wasted. The warfare wasn't punishment. Every private prayer, every moment of perseverance, every silent surrender has culminated in this ordained turning point. You're not being inspired for entertainment. You're being ignited for purpose. If this word resonated with you, don't let it sit passively in your heart. Let it move through you and into the world. Leave a comment below. Declare 777 as a prophetic witness that you recognize this moment and you're ready to walk in it. Share this message with someone who feels forgotten or delayed, because divine timing is never late, only precise. And if you haven't already, I encourage you to subscribe to this channel so you don't miss what God is revealing next. This space is more than content, it's a sanctuary for the chosen. To everyone who has supported this channel, whether through super thanks or simply by listening, liking, and returning each time, please know this: I honor you. I see you. Whether you gave financially or simply gave your attention, it matters. Every view, every whisper of agreement, every moment you spent here with an open heart has spiritual weight. You are not just an audience. You are part of a prophetic remnant awakening in real time. And now, as you carry this word into your atmosphere, I speak a blessing over your life. May divine clarity drown out every old confusion. May courage rise where fear once lived. May unexpected favor find you in quiet places. May you move through rooms that once intimidated you with the confidence of someone sent. May peace be your anchor, wisdom your weapon, and joy your overflow. And above all, may the God who marked August 20-inch the heavens before you were born, now release over you the full manifestation of what has been appointed. This is your moment, not to be rushed through, not to be questioned, but to be received, honored, and walked out with boldness. You are not late. You are not forgotten. You are not ordinary. You are chosen, and your legend has just begun.